Good evening everyone, it's dark, but it's time! Tonight, we're playing book number 3 from the GrailQuest series. Let's hope that it will be better than book number 2, which was kind of disappointing in some parts. But let's see tonight with book number 3. Let's start with the little introductions and the character creation, which is part of the story, kind of, the GrailQuest series. And to check something, however, before we start, just to be sure. Yes, something's missing, won't be really long. There we go. The first part of the story, or the preamble to the story, is Sorcery Already. Sit still and pay attention. Otherwise, this book may kill you. Probably several times. It's a magic book. This book is one long spell, one long exercise in sorcery. One long operation of wizardry. One mighty memorandum of magic. My magic. My name is Merlin. I am also dead, but don't let that disturb you. I'm not a ghost. I'm just talking to you from another time. I am, perfectly alive in that other time. Perfectly fit and healthy for a man of my age, which is quite old. In my time, they call me Merlin the Druid, or the Wizard Merlin, or Merlin the Magician. I am casting a spell. Specifically, I am casting a spell over you. Don't panic, it's a nice spell. It will help you come visit my time. You're quite famous in my time. In my time, you are called Pip, and you're a bit of a hero. They call you Pip the Wizard Basher, and Pip the Dragon Slayer. In my time, you lived quite near to Camelot, which is near Glastonbury, and where King Arthur has his court. You remember King Arthur? You know him quite well in my time, quite intimately, and he knows you, which is more to the point. I shouldn't be surprised if he asks you to join the Round Table soon, especially if you manage to close the gateway to the ghastly kingdom of the dead. But before you can do that, you have to come back to my time. And before you can do that, you'll need dice. Ordinary dice, 6 sides and spots, 2 of them. Or 1 if you can find 2. And paper, and pencil, and a rubber. They call them rubbers in my time. In your time, they call them erasers. Go get your equipment together and turn the page. Now, let's explain what's going on. When the spell works, if it works, your mind will come back to my time. When it reaches my time, it will occupy another body. The body of a young person, a young hero, called Pip. When you're in Pip's body, you won't be able to carry on the way you do now. Not exactly. You'll be able to get into trouble all right, and have adventures and find gold and get yourself killed all right. But only if you go about it the right way. Which is the way I'm going to explain. If you forget any of my explanations, don't worry. They're all down on the card at the back of the book. All my spellbook save that sort of card. Saves a lot of trouble. But before I can do that, I need you in my time. The Monday meeting of the Table Round. Monday meetings of the Table Round were not usually up to very much. It was the weekend that did it. Unless there was a war on or a bad season for dragons, most nights took the weekend off. All but the most urgent quests were quietly postponed. Notes were sent off to distressed maidens advising them to hang in there just a little longer. Wrongs that could not be righted by the Friday night were scheduled for attention as early as possible in the coming week. The weekend itself was devoted to pleasure. At least that's what the knights called it. Normal human beings might have called it something else, but normal human beings had very little say in the affairs of the realm in the days of King Arthur. It was the king who ran the show, and under him the knights. What the knights did at weekends was hunt and joust and wassail and carouse. Of these various pleasures, wassailing and carousing were by far the most lethal. In a joust or hunt, usually went fully armored, which protected you pretty well against boar's tusk or opposition lances. But on Saturday night, when you went off wassailing and carousing, it was considered very bad form to wear full armor, or any armor at all. So you put on your best linen tunic and fresh leggings and a new pair of boots and rode off lickety-spit for the nearest tavern where you wassailed and caroused until the landlord's daughter threw you out. The landlord himself could not throw you out, of course, since as a knight you were gentry and as a landlord he was only trade. But in the age of chivalry no knight will dream of refusing a request from a gentle maiden. So landlords will wink at their daughters, who will take you by the ear, and out you will be in the pouring rain. As you can readily appreciate, anyone who spends a weekend wassailing and carousing can expect to be in peak condition come Monday morning, which explains why the Monday morning meetings of the Table Round were always such a mess. They never started on time for one thing. King Arthur will enter the huge meeting hall promptly at 10 to find the only person in attendance was the senior polisher, whose duty it was to maintain the high sheen of the tabletop. For want of anything better to do, the king will examine the newly polished surface of his Table Round. It really was a beautiful example of the craftsman's art. The main body of the table was oak, of course, but teak and lace marked it precisely into 12 segments, each marked with a zodiac sign. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and so on, all the way around to Aquarius. The original idea, thought up by that old fool Merlin, of course, was that Arthur will choose 12 trusty knights, each with a different birth sign, thus ensuring strict astrological balance. But it had never worked out in practice. Before Arthur established chivalry, Camelot had been a rather wide place. All of the knights in the realm hardly knew where they had been born, let alone when, so that the astrological calculation of their sun signs proved totally impossible even to a skilled practitioner like Merlin. And the Table Round had become so popular, it was evident that the membership will never stop at 12. Nor did it. Now whenever there was a large attendance, "Come on the morning," the knights just sat anywhere they pleased, all squished up together to fit round the table's rim. But in this particular Monday morning, things were different. It was still a full 5 minutes before the Roman water clock will dribble out the hour of 10, yet the chamber of the Table Round was already packed to capacity. The king was there, of course, so too were all the important knights, Lancelot, Galahad, Bedivere, Mordred, even Pellinore, who had never been known to attend a Monday meeting of the table, let alone arrive early for one. The reason for this strange development was that there was a crisis on. The Blasted Oak. While king and knights of Avalon met in the turret chamber of the Table Round, another meeting of a very different sort was going on in a very different setting. About 5 miles as the crow flies from the court at Camelot, a huge oak tree had grown for centuries beside a crossroads. Because they are easy to find, crossroads are often used as meeting places for lovers, or farmers, or gossipers, and a few even become unofficial fairgrounds, as wandering peddlers found them a convenient place to sell their wares. Minstrels tended to congregate at crossroads and sing ballads about deeds of valor. But nobody ever gathered at the crossroads of the oak. It had a very nasty reputation. The oak itself had been blasted by lightning sometime in the dim and distant past, with the result that it no longer leafed and presented a monstrous silhouette against the skyline, particularly at night. Then there was the fact that the crossroads had been used as the site of a gibbet, until King Arthur outlawed public hangings and was consequently believed to be haunted by the spirits of several generations of criminals who had been hanged, drawn, and quartered there. Then there was a swamp, which produced marsh gas, which in turn sometimes ignited, particularly in summer, to produce those eerie floating lights rural people call will-o'-the-wisps. And then there were the colored flashes often seen to emanate from the blasted oak itself, flashes for which there was no natural explanation whatsoever, not even marsh gas. So people kept away for fear of losing their lives or their souls. At least most people kept away. On this misty, eerie, chilly Monday morning, there was one idiot who kept wandering in circles, calling loudly, "Hello? Hello? Hello?" The idiot's name was Pip. Merlin's Lair. "Hello?" you call. "Hello? Hello? Is anybody there?" You're only vaguely aware of how you got to this ghastly, mist-enshrouded place and not at all aware of what you are supposed to do now you're here. Merlin said he will meet you here, or somewhere here. But there's not a soul in sight and absolutely nothing of interest to explore. No landmarks at all except the desolate crossroads itself, and the remains of an absolutely gigantic ancient oak tree, no longer in the land of living vegetables. "Hello? Hello? Is anybody there? Is anybody here?" A small milestone cut with Roman numerals tells you how far you are from Camelot. Since the information isn't much use to you, you sit on the stone and wait. The mist is very chill. It soaks into your leggings and creeps past the ties of your jerkin to absorb the heat of your body despite the woolens your adoptive mother, the good wife Miriam, or Mary as she prefers, insisted you wore for this little outing. Hello, you call, beginning to wonder if you are in the right place at all. For want of anything better to do, you kick a stone near your foot. Underneath it, you find to your horror a snake. You're in trouble already and the adventure isn't even started. No equipment, no magic, no weapons except old EJ Excalibur Jr., your trusty sword from earlier adventures, and you've left him toasting his pommel by the fire in your farmhouse home near Camelot. Yeah, we're already right in before section 1, and we haven't even created our character yet. Alright, so we have 3 options to begin book 3 from the GrailQuest series, The Gateway of Doom. Will you try to reason with a snake? Or run like blazes? Or strangle the snake with our bare hands? As always, the choice is yours. After all, it was you who got yourself into this mess. Yeah, it wasn't the fault of Merlin. Not at all. Alright. Started quite quick there. I guess that reasoning with a snake isn't like the best of ideas. Yeah, running like blazes, why not? Well, maybe reasoning, but I don't know. Last time snakes were kind of bad. Smell like the first death of the book. So we should run like blazes. Alright, you're off before that rotten snake can say, yes, you're off down the road like a jackrabbit, or possibly one of King Pelinor's hunting hounds. Stop! Roars the snake. Where do you think you're going? 2 snakes roar. This one they finally did, which is enough to make anybody pause, especially when it spoke English. With a Welsh accent, admittedly, but you can't expect snakes to be civilized on top of roaring and talking. 2 options, do you stop? Or continue running like a jackrabbit or a hunting hound. Actually, since the snake has a Welsh accent, it must be Merlin, disguised as a snake under a rock. Yeah, that's its thing, being a snake under a rock, so... yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Merlin. We should stop, so that we're able to get our stuff for the adventure. You stop. Who wouldn't when they start to imagine snakes are talking to them? You've been drinking, have you? You turn in time to see the snake rearing up and changing quite dramatically at that, growing taller and broader, shifting its outlines and colors until in place of the snake, you're looking at a tall, thin old man with glittering blue eyes, a long white beard, similar robes and a pointed hat with funny symbols on it. Merlin, you gasp. Is it you? Of course it's me. Who else will be silly enough to go around as a snake in this weather? We snakes feel the cold, you know, very bad circulation and no fur. But there's a reason for my appearing as a snake, a very important reason. Unfortunately, I can't quite recall it now, but that's no matter. We don't have time to discuss snakes. Come with me. And he turns on his heel and strides away, leaving you to follow, which of course you do. If you move quickly before he disappears from sight, you will find him. He's walking towards the oak tree. He's walking into the oak tree. There's a hole as broad and tall as yourself in the trunk of that huge old dead tree. Pip, and if Merlin has to stoop a little, he can still fit through easily enough. So you follow him, feeling like an overgrown squirrel. Will you believe he's had stairs put in? A sort of spiral staircase that winds upwards to the top of the tree and downwards into the bowels of the earth. Excuse me, sir, you say hesitantly, but where are we going? Down, says Merlin brusquely. Up takes us to the observatory, but we won't be needing astrology just at the moment. Down into the roots? Roots? You do rabbit on, down to my living quarters, of course. My laboratory, my oraculum, my transmogrification chamber, my food store, my fuel store, my kitchens, my library, my... But what else is down there must remain a mystery for the moment, since he is already well down the spiral staircase and his voice is fading. So he lives here in this oak tree, an eccentric wizard to be sure, since you know he also lives, sometimes, in a log castle and, sometimes, in a crystal cave. But, not wishing to be left behind, you follow him quickly. Almost too quickly, since the running round and round the spiral staircase makes you feel distinctly dizzy. The staircase ends in a hallway, and while there is no sign of Merlin, you notice a doorway ajar and go in to find him seated at a table in the middle of a surprisingly comfortable room, hunched over a large crystal ball, which is emitting a weird blue-green light. Look at this, he says, gesturing you over. Look, look. He bends forward short-sightedly, his spindle of a nose only an inch away from the surface of the glowing crystal. Across you go and peer into the crystal over his shoulder. To your surprise, it is rather like looking into a room through the wrong end of a telescope. And what an interesting room, for it is full of knights, and in the center is a table that can only be the famous Table Round. The knights seem very excited, for several of them are gesticulating wildly, and most of the remainder show expressions of worry and concern. Only the king, whom you recognize instantly, appears calm. I wonder what they're saying, you murmur absently. Just a moment, Merlin says. I'll turn up the sound. He makes a mystic pass over the crystal, and at once a clamor of voices fill the room. We're back at section 1, finally. The chamber is in an uproar. Mordred, who is a natural troublemaker, has made a snide remark to Galahad about the intelligence of his father.
In later life, of course, Galahad will become known as the Knight Parfait, the perfect knight. He will ride a white horse, wear pristine armor, right wrongs by the cartload, and never swear or lose his temper or be even slightly discourteous. In short, he is destined to become an absolutely sickening individual. But at the time of this meeting, Galahad is still young.
He has just hit Mordred on the nose. Mordred falls back on the two of King Pellinore, a fiery old war horse who pokes Mordred vigorously in the ribs. His action is noted by Sir Perceval, a knight with an interest in fair play, who takes King Pellinore to task for what he sees as an unwarranted action. Sir Lancelot,
Who is Galahad's father, and besides loathes Mordred for several reasons,
proceeds to berate Sir Perceval, while the king tries to make himself heard above the rumpus. Gentlemen, King Arthur's called, pounding his fist on the table to restore order. Gentlemen, we're here, as you know, to discuss a crisis.
Now listen to this,
says Merlin, as you stare into his crystal ball.
Pay close attention, because it concerns you, or it will.
Most of you know the details already, continues King Arthur. But for those of you who have been out of touch, here he glances at King Pellinor, who is notoriously out of touch with most things, I will give a brief outline of the facts. A little while ago our realm, as you know, came under attack by our brass dragon. That danger is no more. The beast was slain very efficiently, as you are all aware, but the implications of the creature are still with us. There are, of course, several theories about the origins of brass dragons. Some people hold they result from a clutch of prehistoric eggs hatching out at intervals in the Welsh mountains. Another school of thought suggests they fly in from the moon. Yet another claims they are born in hell. But the fact is, nobody is terribly sure. After the last one dispatched, I took advice on the matter from the druid Merlin, who has made something of a study of such things. He is convinced they come from a curious region called the ghastly kingdom of the dead.
Of course they do, no doubt about it,
mutters Merlin. Insofar as I understand it, King Arthur goes on, thankfully ignorant of the fact he's being spied on. This ghastly kingdom does not exist in the way that, say, Scotland or Hibernia exist. The druid Merlin considers it to be a sort of underworld, an abode of the spirits such as the Greeks.
No, I knew he wasn't listening. It's a different dimension, a parallel world, perfectly simple, nothing to do with the Greeks.
Be that as it may, the king is saying, the important thing is that the appearance of the brass dragon proved there must be a gateway open between the ghastly kingdom and our realm. Such a gateway is a very dangerous thing indeed. Anything could come through it. More brass dragons, imps, wraiths, wights, anything. And even when nothing of that sort comes true, the druid Merlin informs me that there is a wind.
I said a radiation,
says Merlin, which blows through constantly and influences even in our own land. This wind causes tempers to shorten and evil to flourish, undermines the foundations of chivalry, affects the growth of crops, increases the incidence of accidents, encourages the spread of plague, leads to the proliferation of vermin and insects,
especially fleas,
Merlin remarks, scratching, and generally does no good at all to anyone. The gateway has remained open since the brass dragon was sighted. It remains open now, even though the brass dragon is no more. That is our problem, gentlemen. The question is, what do we do about it? Close it, says Sir Lancelot promptly. As you say, King Arthur nods patiently. Close the gateway, but how? King Pellinor surprises everyone by looking up and saying gruffly and sensibly, We need a hero! A hero? Asks Mordred. A hero, Pellinor repeats. Somebody willing to risk a life and limb to get the gate closed. What about that Pip person who got rid of the dragon for us and did down old wizard what's his name? Pip? Asks the king. Pip? Asks Sir Percival. Pip? Asks Mordred. Pip! Repeats Pellinor conclusively. Preparing for adventure. You see, says Merlin, turning away from the crystal ball, which flickers a bit, then fades. I knew they'd get around to you eventually. Now we must get you prepared. If you have already been on a GrailQuest adventure, you can safely skip this part, since you know everything there is to know. Okay, good. Let's skip this. Oh, first things Merlin stops abruptly, frowning. Where's your sword? I left it at home. You admit guiltily.
Although why you should be feeling guilty is a mystery.
What a silly thing to do! Supposing you met a monster, what then? You'd be eaten, that's what. But never mind, I shall teleport it to you before we go. Go? Go where? But you don't dare ask yet. Now, says Merlin briskly, you'd better sort out your equipment. I came into a little money from a grateful gnome the other day, so I don't have to charge you for it. But I'd better warn you not to load yourself down too much. This business with the gateway has affected the law of gravity, so every item you carry will deduct 1 from your speed. You can find your basic speed right now by rolling 2 dice and doubling the result. Oh, I don't have a spot for speed in our chart here. I guess I should have taken the new quest journal page. Let's add a section for speed. I hope there's not too many more stats. Yeah, I should rather do a copy paste. It'll be quicker. Let's put it there. I guess I need the current and starting as well. Speed. Starting first. Yeah. Actually, that will be kind of far like this. Let's take that instead. Speed starting. Size 32. There we go. And another one for current speed. Let's throw 2 dice to get our speed. Oh, 12. Damn, okay. Better start. Ooh, then deduct 1 from your answer for every item you decide to carry. If you drop below half speed for any reason, you can only strike every other turn in combat, so don't take too much. Now roll up your stats and life points if you haven't done that already. You have stats outside life points? That a new thing? Only life points. Okay. Should check the quest journal at the end just in case. Life points. There's not even a square for speed. Okay. So let's roll our HP. 10 or it's 40. So bad. I guess is Excalibur Jr. counted as an item that we need to subtract here? I don't think so. I think it's outside of everything. Then take your pick from this list. And he produces a parchment inventory of the following useful items. Ace, artificial aardvark, a backpack blanket, bandages, bookworm, blue powder. A bookworm? Okay. Carpentry hammer, cooking utensils, counts as 4 of speed, damn. Container of oil, climbing spikes, change of clothes, change of boots, a click stick, a dog collar, fish hooks. Food rations count as 4 of speed, but 1 life point comes back each time you eat. A gold braid. Okay. Harp, healing potion, 1 dose, asp. A joke book, knife, leather tongue thing. Loot, parchment, 12 sheets, powdered ink, quill pen, a rope, 5-meter coil, a sack per 6 sacks, a saw, a 10 counts as 5 of speed, tinderbox, water bag, and a xylophone. Can take with us 6 items. There's a backpack. Does it? Yes. Quite do. Yes, it counts as an item. I'm not sure. It's not really clear on that. I wonder if there's more information at the end. That not. Okay, I won't count the backpack since it's kind of stupid, I think. Let's see if we can keep stuff as well. I'll remove this since those are the intended things. The food rations, I think, is something that is required. -4 speed, +1 life point. A healing potion, only 1 dose this time. That's 5. We can take another item, which is a rope. We need rope all the time. And let's see if we can bring something from the previous books. We don't have weapons. I'm not sure if it counts. Let's wait later on. Excuse me, Merlin, sir. You say politely. There's some items here I don't understand. Really? Seems clear enough to me. What are they? Well, the artificial aardvark, for one thing. A little invention of my own, says Merlin proudly. It's a sort of mechanical mouse that eats ants. What about the bookworm? That's a worm that eats books. I should have thought you'd have known that. But why? But Merlin is looking impatient, however, so you only ask. Blue powder? Handy stuff that. You throw it behind you if you're being chased, and if you roll a 6 or better on 2 dice, whatever's chasing you will slip and break its neck. I can only spare enough for 1 use, though. Click stick? You ask. Another of my inventions. It enables you to communicate with crickets. This is getting sillier and sillier. Why should I want gold braid, a joke book, or a xylophone? Why should you want a hammer or a saw? Merlin asks in return. Because they might come in handy? So might gold braid, a joke book, and a xylophone. Merlin says dogmatically. Anything might come in handy in an adventure like this, but it's up to you what you take. So make your choice carefully, Pip. Enter the details in your quest journal. Then continue where Merlin has more surprises for you. Oh, do I take all the useless shit that he gives to me? Or I take useful stuff? Yeah, let's go with the useful stuff to start. I know I need everything that he said, but, well, we're really limited with what we can carry here. And might have to drop stuff, actually. Because we can go down to the current 6 that we have, and food rations are worth 4. Now, where did I put it? Merlin asks himself absently when you have chosen all your equipment. He remages for a moment, then produces a neat little leather-bound book. Here it is. Your spells. But I already have spells, you protest. My Pip spell and my Pow spell and... Yes, I know, says Merlin irritably. Those are your standard spells. You'll need a few extra for this adventure, mark my words. Never want to look a gift spell in the mouth. You open the book and start to read. Pip's second spell book. Alright. So we have the Pip's Patent Lock Picker, Plop, for short. A new spell, Plop. Plop. We'll pick 1 lock per section on a throw of 6 or better. Usually we should have 3 of them. Let's see if still the same. Luck pick 6 or greater. Let's say over 5. The Pip's Incredible Downsure, PID for short. Causes the appearance of a magical cap which, when worn, will shrink Pip to a height of 6 inches. Okay. Shrinks Pip. Thus allowing passages through tiny spaces. Size reverts to normal. Next section. Pip's amazing legume spells. Balls for short. Gives an automatic friendly reaction from any attacking vegetable. Okay. Friendly vegetables. Well, we were attacked by 2, I think, in the last book. Those damn vegetables. Pip's Instant Levitation, or Pill, with only 1 L. But not to be confused with the standard Pill with 2 L spell. Allows Pip to levitate, but only 3 times per adventure. This one is specified. If used indoors, it will lead to banging the head on the ceiling with concussion and loss of half current life points. Yeah. Levitate, but not indoors. Ouch. Pip's Obliging Power Sword. Pups, for short. Allows Pip to alter EJ's power. When applied, it will double damage. 2-time damage with EJ. But half the damage goes on the roll after that. But 50% next attack. Spell must be used before rolling to determine it. Okay, yeah, I think I'll remember that part. Oh, they're the same things in the first spell book. That one should be at the end, I guess, somewhere. Pip's first spell magic book. Every spell you try to cast will cost you 3 life points, whether it works or not. No spell can be thrown more than 3 times in an adventure. No spell works at all unless you score 7 or more with a throw of 2 dice. Okay, those are the same as before. Still have 2 fireball and the 10 fire finger bolts. Let's see if we can add them to what we had left. This isn't as long as my first spell book. Well, it's quite long already. I don't have the space in the little square. Yes. You Bretta saving examine the contents carefully. Of course it isn't, Merlin tells you grumpily. Bills are expensive. It's their research and development, you know. I'm not made of money. Now, is there anything else? He stares thoughtfully into the middle distance for a moment, before deciding there is not. He turns to you abruptly. I don't suppose you brought a decent pair of boots? Bewildered, you shake your head. Pity. The ones you have on need polishing badly. Still, they'll have to do. I don't suppose he'll notice, what with everything else on his mind. Who? You ask, just the slightest bit alarmed, having had experience of Merlin's peculiar ways of doing things. The king, of course. We have to meet him now, not before things get completely out of hand. Meet the king? You exclaim. But I'm not dressed to meet. But as usual, it's too late. Merlin, who seldom listens to anyone but himself, isn't listening to you now. In fact, he isn't listening to anyone. His eyes have glazed over and he is waving his arms about in the air, while his lips mumble something in high ancient Druid Welsh, the mystic tongue of all great British magicians. As he does so, a high wind is springing up, plucking at your jerkin and spinning you round and round until you are so dizzy you can no longer stand or think or see what's happening to you. But something is happening to you. Gradually, you stop whirling, and as the wind dies away, you find yourself in a round chamber packed with people. You're standing beside Merlin on a table. Of course, this is the chamber of the Table Round. You're on top of the table itself, feeling rather dizzy with a storm of scattered papers subsiding around you. Pip! Exclaims King Pellinore. Pip! Roar the knights excitedly in unison. Pip, says the king, smiling, then remembering his manners, adds, and greetings to you, Lord Merlin. Your Majesty. Merlin acknowledges tersely as he climbs down from the table. Forgive the interruption, my aim went a bit off. But since we're here, you can see I have young Pip all kitted out and ready for the next adventure. At least when I fetch his sword, that is. And that adventure involves closing the gateway to the ghastly kingdom of the dead, does it? The king asks wisely. Yes, says Merlin. Yes, indeed. All we need is your blessing, and we'll be gone. At least Pip will. I have some urgent business in Scotland. A matter of magical haggis, you appreciate, that can be handled by anybody else, so I'll just have to leave things to Pip for a change. He waves his left hand carelessly and plucks Excalibur Jr. out of thin air. Here, watch what you're doing! Exclaims EJ, then notices the king and falls silent in embarrassment. If my blessing is all that detains you, says King Arthur regally, then you shall have it and welcome. Thank you, your majesty, says Merlin, then to Pip, off you go now, and good luck, with which he begins waving both arms so that the whirlwind springs up again, surrounding you and spinning you once more into oblivion. Okay, so no dagger and no dragon eye jerkin, no leather armor, I guess. And nothing from the previous books. Neither. Never know what does a tingle ring. Just a moment, you scream wildly. Just a cotton-picking minute here. I don't know how to get to the gateway of the ghastly kingdom of the dead. But Merlin's dry voice echoes in your mind. It's easy when you know the trick. Wherever you find yourself, you take the least pleasant direction. Then when you stop, you take the least pleasant direction again and again and again. You keep taking the least pleasant direction. And since the ghastly kingdom of the dead is the most unpleasant place you could possibly imagine, you are bound to reach it eventually. Wherever you start from. But where do you start from? No good relying on Merlin's spells, as he told the king. His aim isn't what it used to be. Roll your dice, 2 of them. Damn Merlin. 7. So if it's 7 to 12. Oop, forgot the number. Yeah, yep, there. Here's trouble and no mistake. Merlin's sense of direction must have slipped up badly. You're on a tiny barren island in the middle of an ornamental lake. Its still surface smooth as glass. There are 2 things on the island,
which is only a few yards across at best, incidentally.
One is a leafless tree, the other is a gorilla. A gorilla? Has the old fool sent you to Africa? No time to worry about that now. The gorilla is lumbering towards you. Better make up your mind fast what to do. He's huge. 4 options. Climb a tree to escape. Dive into the lake and swim for shore, since it isn't very far. Dare try for a friendly reaction, or fight the beast. Maybe you should try a friendly reaction. I don't remember exactly how it works. Let's see the rules just to be sure. I think I've written this down last time. Let's check the rules. Friendly reaction. Yep, roll 1 die. Once for enemy, 3 times for oneself. For the steady enemy is friendly. That will be quite easy, I think. Yep. The gorilla is friendly. Whatever the dice says, that hulking great brute lumbering towards you doesn't look very friendly. You have a few seconds before it reaches you. A few seconds to make a life or death decision. Do you mistrust the successful friendly reaction roll? Or decide to stay friendly? Come on. No, don't fuck up the rules. Let's be friendly. You throw down your sword.
Here, what you doing?
Ask Excalibur Jr., but you ignore him. And stand in mute, helpless appeal, hoping your youthful charm will be sufficient to calm the fury of a gorilla.
Are you sure you really want to do this?
You stand still, head bowed, waiting, totally defenseless, feeling the ground tremble beneath your feet as something huge approaches. 2 massive muscular arms enfold you. A great, ugly fang face bears down towards your own. Smack. You have just been kissed by a gorilla, Pip. Well, we're not dead yet. Sometimes you get yourself into the oddest situations. You're sitting on a tiny island in the middle of a glassy lake, trying to establish some sort of understanding with 2 gorillas, the second having climbed down from a nest in the solitary tree. You point to your chest. I am Pip, you say. Then, since you know the sort of thing that impresses gorillas, you add, Lord of the Jungle. EJ sniggers slightly in his scabbard. Ung, says the first gorilla. Ung ung, says the second gorilla. As an intellectual discussion, this cannot be said to be going well. But at least you're not being eaten by gorillas. Will you try sign language? Or will you give the whole thing up as a bad job, dive into the lake and swim for shore, leaving the gorillas to get on with their coconut bashing or whatever they do on the little island? You can do some sign language. So good at that. The 2 gorillas watch you curiously. You thump your chest. I, you say. You fall on your knees, adopting an attitude of supplication. Want, you say. You hold up 2 fingers, taking great care not to make it a rude sign. Gorillas being notoriously sensitive about such things. 2, you say. You circle the little island, peering closely at the ground before whooping with joy and picking up an imaginary object. Find, you say. You throw your arms wide, as if opening a huge portal. The gateway, you say. You pull a horrible face and fall down flat. Of the ghastly kingdom of the dead, you say. One gorilla looks at the other and taps its forehead lightly with his finger, as if trying to make a point. But then it leads forward and draws something in the sand. Look at the picture of what the gorilla draws, and see if you can figure out where to go from. There's a street light. I don't know where he got that. The light at the bottom is the green light, right? Something we check out. Red, yellow, green. 2, green 2, red 2, green 2. Green, there's a 2 in the Roman numerals, and a bunch of candles and a cake. Green to cake. Or light to cake. That's supposed to be a number. There's a cake with candles. 2 cake. And there's no other options. I need to find a solution or I'm stuck there. Green to cake. Green to cake. Unless there's one light, the number 2, and the number of candles on the cake. 9, 12. There's 16. 1 to 16 doesn't work. But there's only 1 cake. That doesn't work. I think we can safely go back and just jump into the water. I think I'll take a quick look on the internet since I have different options and I don't feel like seeking all the different paragraphs. Alright, the Gateway of Doom, Gorilla Riddle. Oh boy, okay. The green light was go, like you can go on a green light. It was go 216. They're really that go thingy. Yeah, right. Nice try, I guess. But it makes sense that the end was with 16. This is the gorilla's nest. What a strange place to send you. It looks even bigger now. It's empty with the 2 gorillas down below waving encouragement. Why will they want you in their nest? There is an old-fashioned spinning top in the nest. A spinning top with a whip. You know, the sort. You wrap the cord of the whip around the top and snap the whip to spin it. Then you whip the top from time to time to keep it spinning. You reach into the nest and take out the top and whip, holding it up so the gorillas can see what you are doing. They jump up and down and wave in encouragement. One of them even smiles, which is a sight you wouldn't want to see again in a hurry. They obviously want you to play with the top. Stupid gorillas. Already? It's your choice, Pip. You can try spinning the top. Or you can dive into the lake. Oh, let's spin the top. This is real kid stuff, but rather fun. You climb down out of the tree and look for a fat bit of stone, since no way will the top spin on sand. The gorillas, who are very excited by now, are grunting and jumping and scratching themselves and pointing to a flat rock. You wrap the cord of the whip around the top and snap the whip so the top spins on the flat rock. Except it doesn't. The top drops on the rock, but stands quite still. You stare at it for a moment in disbelief before you start to spin. Faster and faster, so that the gorillas and the island and the lake and just about everything else becomes a total blur, and you feel you must be on the point of losing consciousness completely. Okay. It was a magical spin top. What a pleasant way to start an adventure. What an extraordinarily pleasant way to start an adventure. Merlin has dispatched you, possibly by accident, to the village green of a village somewhere. It's impossible to say quite where, since you've never been here before and there are no signs up. You're standing in the shade of a large chestnut tree, while in front of you on the green some sort of game is taking place. It's quite a peculiar game, actually. Played by a group of rather sturdy young men and watched by a group of rather willowy young women. At one end of the green, someone has stuck 3 swords into the ground side by side. Standing directly in front of these swords is one of the players, a red-headed youth, wearing a padded leather jacket and a metal helmet and carrying a large club with an iron nail stuck through it. At the other end of the green is another of the players mounted on a pony and carrying a massive wooden mallet. Between them on the ground is one of those spiked iron balls you usually see attached to a mace in knightly tournaments. And between the ball and the swords is a net. The rest of the players are scattered about on the green doing nothing in particular. As you watch, the rider urges his pony into a gallop, heading directly towards the player in front of the 3 swords. As he reaches the spiked iron ball, he hits it with an almighty swipe with the mallet, falling off his mount in the process. "Door!" cries one of the other players out on the field. The iron ball curves upwards, arcing perhaps 15 feet off the ground, clearing the net before dropping towards the player at the swords, who steps forward to meet it, swinging his club wildly. He's obviously trying to hit the ball, but instead the ball hits him, crashing down directly on his metal helmet with a reverberating clang that echoes across the green. The player with the club keels over, unconscious. The player with the mallet,
Had fallen from his pony, you recall?
is carried off with apparently a broken leg. "Who's that?" calls another of the players on the field. An old man wearing several hats, one on top of the other, emerges from the side of the green and walks across slowly to examine the 3 swords, one of which has been knocked slightly askew by the unconscious player with the club. "Out!" calls the old man. The willowy women applaud politely. What a strange game. "Love won," calls the old man, then adds, "New ball, please." But interesting though all this might be, you have an adventure to advent. What was it Merlin said? The least pleasant direction. You look around you. To the north,
Judging by the lie of the sun.
are the thatched cottages of the village itself, a drowsy rural setting, with honeysuckle climbing up the walls and roses in the gardens. To the west a road with which winds away into the distance, between serene meadows, towards a bright valley between 2 gentle hills. To the east a small wood full of birdsong, and to the south the green. Nothing very unpleasant here. Not anywhere. clang, crash, clunk. Who's that? Out! Someone else seems to have bitten the dust. One of the willy-willy young maiden has appeared beside you. Do you play Pogglefit? Pogglefit. Oh damn, Pogglefit. She asked without preamble, presumably referring to the peculiar game. Then without waiting for a reply adds, only they seem to be out of clubber swingers, and since you seem an athletic type, I thought you might like to join. What a crazy situation. 3 different directions, all of which seem equally pleasant, and an invitation to join in some stupid village game. And while you're trying to make up your mind, the gateway of the ghastly kingdom of the dead remains open, spreading its evil and corruption like a creeping plague through Avalon. Better make some sort of decision quickly. We can go north. We can take the road westward. Go to the wood to the east. Or waste our time playing Pogglefit. Yeah, sure. Let's go playing Pogglefit. Anyone mind if I join in? You remark cheerfully as you step onto the Pogglefit pitch. All heads swing in your direction. All eyes regard you suspiciously for an instant. All foreheads crease in sudden frowns. Are you prepared to bat? Somebody asks hesitantly. Yes, you exclaim with confidence. All mouths stretch in dazzling smiles. We got a batter! The word goes round excitedly. And only just in time, remarks the player crouching behind the 3 swords, a middle-aged man with a drooping mustache and bird-like eyes. In time for what? You ask, with just the slightest doubt, at your decision beginning to nibble at the edges of your mind. To face the visitors, the player says. Visitors? The Scots team. We've been warming up until they arrived, but they're here now. At least they soon will be. You can tell by the distant howl of the haggis and the smell of whiskey. In point of fact, you can hear nothing, and the only smell you notice is peat smoke, easily explained by a small chimney fire in one of the village cottages. But you say nothing, assuming these people must know their own business. And indeed they do, for as you take your place before the swords, there is a sudden skirl of bagpipes, which the villagers they brought from the gate were mistaken for the distant howl of a haggis. And onto the pitch marches a huge contingent of brawny men in kilts, baubles bobbing on their bonnets, sporrans swinging with military precision, dirks stuck down their leggings and flashing in the sun. I'm sure Merlin will be there. They're a terrifying lot. The Scots from a tightly knit circle in the center of the pitch and remove their bonnets gravely with a long piper squeezes out a plaintive lament. One by one, the great birded heads bow as if in silent tribute. What are they doing? You ask curiously. Paying respect to the dead, says the sword wicket keeper grimly. Has somebody died? You ask, looking around you curiously for a coffin. Not yet, says the wicket keeper, refusing to meet your eyes. The piping stops. Hogmanay! Roar the Scots visitors in unison. There is a pattering of polite applause from the maidens underneath the oak tree. Then the largest of the visitors breaks away from the group and struts towards you. Steps no more than a yard or 2 away, flexes massive muscles and remarks, Machuto chai broad rich nich tenu. You nod politely, not understanding, but assuming it to be a Gaelic greeting. He nods back tersely, then lumbers off to where several of his fellow visitors are taking sections of a collapsible caber from their sporran pouches and busily assembling them into something resembling a tree trunk. You watch with growing trepidation as the caber grows longer and fatter. The machoot,
He of the massive muscles,
takes the finished assembly, staggering a little under its incredible weight, totters backwards, catches his balance, then begins a slow, bow-legged run in your direction. Here, just a minute. You start to protest, realizing abruptly there are rules of Pogglefit nobody has bothered to mention you. But it is too late, all too late. Sassenach! roars the visiting team in unison as Machut F's the mighty caber in a vast arc in your direction.
Don't take your eye off it,
advises the wicket keeper grimly as he dives for cover. But it is unnecessary advice. You stand transfixed, horrified. The huge tree trunk drops from the sky, growing larger and larger, until it makes contact with your head, driving you into the soft turf like a fence stake. Alright. You are in a tunnel, suffering from a splitting headache and amnesia. But as you stagger forward, your memory gradually returns. It seems that when the caber struck you, it drove you through the ground into some sort of underground cavern, from which you wandered dizzily into a maze of subterranean tunnels, of which this is only the latest. Where you are, you have not the slightest idea. Where you are going, you have not the slightest idea. How to get out, you have not the slightest idea. But there is light ahead, even if distant and dim, so with nothing better to do, you move towards it, and in so doing, eventually emerge. You are standing on the desolate, fog-enshrouded, windswept moor. Chill, barren, soggy underfoot, eerie, lonely, gloomy, oppressive, threatening, malodorous, and emanating an all-pervading sense of horror, terror, and ancient evil. This is by far the nastiest place you have ever had the dire misfortune to venture into. Which probably means, yes, there it is, over to the north. You found it, Pip. Looming from the swirling mist are two massive granite pillars, and between them a huge brass portal, open, leading into a confusion of raining, moaning, multicolored fog. This is definitely the gateway to the ghastly kingdom of the dead. Yeah, sure. It was simply underground. This is the place you've been looking for. This is the end of your adventure. This is your road to even greater glory. This is the softest touch you've ever had. All you have to do is nip across and close the gate. Nothing to it. Except maybe for that thing standing in the gateway. I suppose you could always go home now, but it does seem a bit pointless. Or you could ignore the thing and just saunter casually up to the gate and close it. Or you could attack the thing before trying to close the gate. Or you could nip over and ask EJ what he thinks. Yeah, EJ, he has so much great console.
I think we should go home to Camelot,
EJ says, which may be excellent advice, but hardly the sort of adventure will take. Yeah, that was kind of crappy advice. Okay, so we can close the gate, kill the thing. Let's not be aggressive yet, I guess. Casually, you saunter up to the massive gateway. Whistling innocently, you begin to push the gateway closed. Smiling grimly, the thing pulls you inside the ghastly kingdom of the dead. Okay. Damn. Here. Into the ghastly kingdom of the dead. That's done it. That's torn it, and no mistake. You are in a vast, gloomy underground chamber measuring 40 feet square. The floor, walls, and ceiling are composed of large black granite slabs. The only light is a single flickering torch set in a bracket on the north wall. There is nothing in the room.
Except you, of course.
And most upsetting of all, there is no door out. Is this it? Is this the end? Is this where the brave adventurer ends up, wasting slowly in some dank chamber of the ghastly kingdom of the dead? Lonely, miserable, cold, unhappy, facing no brighter prospect than the final solemn journey to the dreaded 14? No, of course it isn't. Pull yourselves together. If you look in the southwestern corner, you'll find a scrap of ancient parchment on which there is a map. Go there and study it carefully. It may show you a way out of this mess.
And probably an even worse one, but that's a different story.
Now there's something to get your teeth into. This looks as though it might turn into an interesting adventure after all. The scrap of parchment seems to be a map of the ghastly place you're in. See the appendix. You'll notice that this section is marked as a 40 feet by 40 feet room, exactly as you've discovered it to be. But the map shows no less than 4 secret doors out. 2 of those doors lead into rooms, 2 into corridors, and the various rooms all have section numbers, so you'll know where to go.
Don't do anything yet, Pip. It's dangerous to rush into things down here.
At the bottom of the parchment somebody has scrawled a message in blood, or possibly tomato ketchup. I have opened the gateway and hidden the key. Find it if you can, sucker. Yours in chivalry, the Black Knight of Avalon. So that's where the trouble started. The dreaded Black Knight of Avalon, the most wicked noble in the realm. Looks as though he was the one who opened the gateway to the ghastly kingdom of the dead and let loose that brass dragon you killed a while ago. He must have used this map to find his way around the ghastly kingdom. So maybe you can do the same until you discover where the key is hidden. Now turn the parchment over. There may be something on the back. There is something on the back. A set of instructions for adventuring the ghastly kingdom of the dead. The handwriting is different to that of the Black Knight, so you should be able to trust what they say. What they say is this. Level 1. Study the map carefully. You start from the room marked here. You may pick any of the 4 secret doors shown as your exit. If a door leads directly into a room, turn to the section number shown to discover what you find there. If a door leads into a shaded area, you will find yourself in a gloomy 10 feet wide, 10 feet high corridor with work stone walls and stone slabed floor. For every 60 feet, 6 squares. You have to travel along a corridor to reach wherever you are going. You must roll 2 dice to find out if you have encountered any wandering monsters. Check the result on the table, added level 1 wandering monsters in the appendix. Sometimes the roll will show you meet no monsters, sometimes it will show you do. Wandering monsters are too stupid to be bribed, and too bad-tempered ever to give you a friendly reaction, so when you meet any, you must fight to the death. If you kill the wandering monsters, you may continue along the corridor, still checking every 60 feet in case you meet some more. If the wandering monsters kill you, then it's off to 14 to re-equip and roll up new life points. But, and this is important, if you are killed anywhere in the ghastly kingdom of the dead, you do not have to start the whole adventure again. Instead, you return here and start from here, or rather here. There, here. One more thing, the torch in the wall bracket of this 40 by 40 chamber is almost burned out. If you have no torches, lamps, or other light sources in your equipment, you must travel in the dark. You'll be able to find your way alright, but you will not find nearly so well as usual. Fight nearly so well as usual. You will score damage normally, but you will need to roll an 8 or better to hit even if you're using EJ. That's the bad news about wandering monsters. The good news is that they usually carry a bit of gold around with them, and if you manage to kill them, you can add their gold to your own store. The table shows how much gold each class of wandering monster usually carries. That's it for the corridors. Now the rooms. What you'll find in the rooms is anybody's guess. Good luck. So let's go to appendix at page 219. Map level 1. There's a lot of different numbers here. Where's... Oh, okay, 65 is there. There's a bunch of secret doors, alright. One leading straight to a room. Let's start with that. So we won't have to walk a corridor. So the first one is a really small room. 3 by 1. This is a 10 feet by 30 feet chamber, empty except for a pile of straw on which lie a skull and a few crumbling human bones. There is no door out except the one by which you entered. It seems the crumbling bones must have belonged to a previous adventurer. Hope you don't end up the same way. If you search a straw, you will find 10 gold pieces, which is something. Not much, but something. Hey, 10 gold pieces. Let's use that at the first fight we die. And we return to the room we were. So back to the map. The other room is at the bottom. It's bigger, 3 by 4. Or we take corridors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have an encounter before that space and maybe 2 there. 1, yeah. We can try the other room, which is a bit bigger and no wandering monsters. You have entered a 30 by 40 chamber, not so big as the one you just left, but big enough, and with a higher ceiling. You have also walked into a web, the strands of which are thick as cables and very sticky. Pinning a new strand down from that high ceiling is a spider the size of a Great Dane. That's the bad news. The good news is that the Great Danish Spider hasn't reached you yet, so you have time to make a dice roll to find out if you're stuck fast in the web. One die. 6. Ah, yeah, if you score 5 or 6, you may as well go direct to 14. Alright. I guess we're your spider meat. We lost our 10 gold pieces. Okay, thank you kindly. We're back to the start. A bad roll, that sucks so much. 6. That's only 24 HP. Let's see if we reroll the speed. Let's go take a look at 14. Welcome to the dreaded 14. This is what it's like to be dead. Fortunately, you don't have to stay dead too long. What you have to do now is roll up your life points again, exactly as you did before. Yeah, we can do it 3 times though. Forget that. That's really low rolls. Then when you've done that, start it again. It won't take long you to get back to where you left off. Since you can safely ignore any monster bodies earlier, you can go different directions if you want. This is your adventure. If you are killed within guessing there you have special choice. Once you roll your point, you can direct to there. You can explore any other section of the adventure you have not already entered. Alright. So we go back there. Do we die at the spider again? Sure, I want to go there. It's a dead end anyway. Looks like a loss of time. So, no spider. There are 2 corridors. One north, one south. The northern one leads to a dead end with a room. I think we shall start with that. But we will have to fight a wandering monster before. Ah, here we are. Wandering monster. 8 is an animated skeleton with 20 life points. It's on 6. And he does +1 damage. We really don't have pretty much anything here. And we hit only with 8 with Excalibur Jr. because we don't have any torch. We're so badly equipped in this adventure compared to the previous ones. Lots of spells though. Oh, should replenish our number of POW and pads and beer and invisibility and I guess fireballs. Didn't say if we kept them or not. Check the appendix with the spells. All grace goes in. Any line more probably don't you right away and you later. Yeah, it says that we can keep them. So we have 20 fire finger lightning bolts and 3 fireballs. If I understand correctly. Alright. The wandering monster's there. An little skeleton, 20 life points. Let's roll for initiative. Monster goes first. It's a hit. Plus 4 damage. No armor, so all damages go through. Need to roll 8 with EJ. Should I use spells? I have 24 of them. I need to roll a 7 with a spell, which is quite better than EJ right now. 6, it's a miss. Skeleton turn. Miss. That's a 9. It's a hit. 10 damage. 3 coasty in HP though. Yeah, we should stop that. 10. Yeah. That's 5 damage. Let's go with EJ. It's a hit, 6 damage. Skeleton turn. Miss. Our turn. Hit. The skeleton's dead. Nice. Whew. We need a torch, really. And the creature gives 10 gold pieces. After that, we're able to finish our way up to the dead-end room. Cough, cough, hack. That's the sound of you coughing, Pip. The reason being that this room is full of smoke. The map shows it as an 80 by 30 chamber, but you'd never know it from what you'd see. The map also shows no other door than the one into the corridor, but there might be a secret door somewhere if you search. The thing is, do you want to search and risk choking yourself on the smoke? It really is foul, and probably dangerously bad for the lungs. No secret door yet, but you've found the source of the smoke. Somebody has been burning poisonous laburnum leaves in an open brazier in the middle of the room. Getting this far has cost you 1/10 of your current life points. Which means 0.9. Yeah, let's see. 1. And the smoke is getting thicker. Continue searching or return to the corridor minus 1 other life point. 1/10. If we return to the corridor, we need to fight new creatures. Can continue to search. You're a glutton for punishment, Pip. Go to 14, and we're dead. Well, we can just roll better stats here. Ugh. Alright, 36, that's a bit better. No more gold. And we can skip doing that useless corridor again. We're back to the starting map. So there's only one way that is worthwhile. All the other paths suck. However, here there's a larger corridor, so we need to do one wandering monster and see if we can get to the... we could go... Oh, yeah, I didn't see that before. Don't roll. Not a valid roll. Up, delete. Can go 2 squares up, then enter the other room. Decide. I didn't see the door before. Wow, this is the largest chamber you have ever seen for sure. A full 70 across and 90 long, with a colonnade of granite pillars supporting a vaulted ceiling. At the end of the colonnade is a black granite throne on which sits a satin cushion on which sits...
No, not a monster, you're getting paranoid.
A glittering emerald as large as a duck egg. The chamber is otherwise empty and there is no exit other than into the corridor from which you came. The emerald looks as though it might be worth a fortune. Are you going to snaffle it? Sounds so dangerous, but we're not very far. Oh no, it's a cursed emerald. You can tell the minute you take it in your greedy little hand. Desperately, you try to dash it on the floor, but the emerald will not be dashed. Once you've picked up a cursed gemstone, you're stuck with it for life. Which may not be all that long, actually, since it deducts 4 from damage you score. In any encounter from now on. Damn. Return to the corridor from which you entered. Yeah, we absolutely need to go to the bottom place then. 8 on the wandering monster roll. That's another animated skeleton. Yep. So animated Skelly is back. Let's reroll for initiative. Skeleton first. That's a miss. That's a miss. We need 8 without the torch. Skeleton hits 3 damage. Eight hits, 5 damage, minus 4. That's 1. Oh my god, he's so long. Horrible. Yeah, we need to use the Firefinger Lightning Bolt. That's a miss. Firefinger, lightning bolt. That's a hit. 10 damage. And we lost 3 HP. Skeleton miss again. Firefinger, lightning bolt. Hit. It's dead. Okay, good. Cost us a couple of HP. But we're good to go. And 10 gold pieces, even if we're going to them soon. Alright, after those monsters, we can get to this chamber at the left southwestern corner. Really seems like an old school dungeon crawler with much theme going on here. Well, at least there's an exit door in this 50 by 20 chamber. There's also a funny looking sort of mound in the middle of the floor. Curious, you move forward to inspect it, giving it a little poke with EJ. Now there's trouble. You've disturbed a colony of ants. Roll 2 dice and multiply the answer by 10 to find out how many are attacking you. Alright, that's 60 ants. Each has only 1 life point, but it's very hard to hit. So you will need to score 8 or better to squash it. I'm already at 8 anyway. The ants in their turn score on a 6 and do 1 damage each successful strike, respective of what damage the dice show. If you want to try for friendly action, you must roll for each ant separately, so it hardly seems worth the trouble. Of course, if you happen to be carrying an artificial aardvark in your backpack, it will eat 20 ants every time you win it up, which you can do by rolling a 6 or better. Oh damn, that's so stupid like fight. Oh, let's be eaten by ants and forget that shit, really. Goodbye, the emerald. Goodbye, cruel life. 40 HP. Ugh. Do we go? We should go back to the ants. Can I change my equipment at 14? We can start from the beginning, pick new items. Technically, it will be quite the trouble, so let's keep our current gear. Go back to the ants. We have no choice than disturb the colony and kill the ants. Let's see how many of them are. 100. Well, at least now we can fight. We need to. Let's. I just don't want to do that fight. It's crazy. I need to roll 100 times 2 dice to be able to hit them. Seriously, let's just skip that fight. It's just stupid. And I thought that Golden Dragon wasn't really good, but now, oh damn, why is this happening? Okay, the ants are dead. Let's go in the other room. There's a little sneaky door. Looks like a wardrobe. Make one wandering monster roll in the standby den chamber. If the dice show no monsters present or you win through the encounter, you may leave by any of the 3 doors shown. 3 doors? Ah, yeah, there's one in the corridor as well. Okay, let's go. No monster, no monster. Ah, damn it. Two nerds. Seriously. They have both 11 life points. Pip strikes first. Go Pip. That's it. Plus 8. Ah, not dead yet. Nerd number 1. That's a hit, sadly. The hit on 7. So that's 4 plus 2, 6 damage. Miss for Pip. Oh, no, that's a miss for the second nerd. There's 2 nerds. So that one is for Pip. That's a hit. And the first one is dead. Last enemy. Miss. Pip hits. Oh, 12. That's 9. Almost dead. Oh. Miss again, and maybe the last strike. Yep, it's dead. Okay, that was quite an easy fight. We died with the ends before, so that's our first 10 gold again. And we can exit through any of those doors, either the corridor or the room at the bottom, which is a dead end. Oh, I need to go back again and fight another monster, maybe. Okay. Try this one. There is only one door in this 30 by 30 chamber.
The one you came in.
And it swings tight shut behind you. Not that this should bother you greatly, since your attention is taken up by the fact that the floor has just opened up beneath you, dropping you in a 20 feet deep pit. Deduct a double dice roll of damage from your life points. 10. We're down to 24. And sit down on the floor of the pit, which is littered with the dried bones of previous adventurers, and try to figure your best way out. Try climbing out without ropes. To do this, you roll 2 dice. But we have a rope. Use a rope if you've brought one. To do this, roll 2 dice. You need to roll 2 to 10 to get out. Go the rope. Hey, success. We're getting out of here. Can leave through the door. There one. There's only the door we came in, so that's a useless trap. We need to roll another wandering monster there. No monster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where we can enter that room. There's no door. It must be some kind of thing to teleport. We go back there. There are no ends. Go back in the corridor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No need to roll then. Alright, and then we can enter another wardrobe. I guess there's a wandering monster there. Nice surprise, you don't even risk a wandering monster. Nice. Then we can enter another kind of wardrobe door, and this one must have a monster. Yeah, sure. There is a door in each wall of this 10x10 room. There's also a funny smell, similar in many respects to fish and chips. Although the room seems quite empty, you search diligently and eventually discover in a crack in the floor a cricket. Engage in the unusual occupation of frying up a fish supper.
A very small fish supper, mainly since crickets have small appetites.
If you happen to have a click stick with you, otherwise you may use any of the 4 doors, since the cricket will certainly not launch a vicious attack on anything your size. I don't have a click stick. I have 4 options. We should go to the dead end there first. Trouble, there's a shark in here, Pip. You discover it by falling into the pool, which comprises the whole of this eccentric chamber. You now have several interesting problems, Pip. First, roll 1 die to see if you drown. Score 1, 2, or 3, and you do, up to 14. Oh, we're dead. Ay, ay, ay. So useless. Reroll life points. Oh, 20. Anyway, we never reach 0. And no more gold. If we go back there, is it worth it? Nah, not worth it. Let's don't go in the shark pool. Go up to that point, plop, 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 plop. We need to roll 1 wandering monster encounter. 6, there's nothing. We missed 1 previously when going back to the ends, and 7 does nothing. First monster is at 8. We can go to the east room. There's the chest in here. Oak by the look of it, with brass bending. Want to open it? If so, roll 2 dice. 11. Score 7 to 12. Go there. Nice one, Pip. There's 50 gold pieces and a scroll in the chest. Scroll is the really interesting bit. It contains instructions for a really superior class of light spell, which you can cast at a cost of only 1 life point, and which will give you light for the remainder of the adventure. Once you've learned the spell, you can use it even if you're killed and have to come back. What a saving on torches. Ha! What a saving on not having to roll 8 when fighting stuff. That's a nice thing. Yeah, we use it right now. And we can return in the middle of the room. Yeah, with the cricket. We have only 1 way to go. Yep, the bottom one with the really useless long corridor at the end of it. There's a little old lady in here, Pip. She's sitting in a rocking chair in the middle of this 30 by 30 stone-lined chamber. Her little old feet resting on a sea chest, and a long strip of Aran knitting trailing down from her lap.
She must be working on a scarf by the look of it. After she's forgotten to cast off.
She glances up at you as you enter, peering short-sightedly over the top of gold-rimmed bifocals.
Hello, young stranger.
She greets you in a quavering voice.
Who might you be then?
I am Pip the Adventurer, sent here by command of King Arthur and his wise advisor, the druid wizard Merlin, to close the gateway to the ghastly kingdom of the dead and thus rid the realm of foul emanations. You reply long-windedly. Then remembering that you have not been formally introduced, you add politely, "May I have the honor of learning who you are, ma'am?"
I'm the little old lady monster,
says the little old lady.
It is my duty to guard this chest which contains a great many valuables. I suppose as an adventurer you'll be trying to steal it, won't you?
Oh no, ma'am, you reassure her. Nothing of the sort. I will never dream of such a thing.
Even if it happened to contain the key to open the gateway?
Asked the little old lady monster slyly. Which is an interesting point. Does it contain the key? You ask curiously.
Not telling you,
says the little old lady monster smugly.
Now you'll have to try to steal the chest. Come on then, I haven't had a good punch-up in ages.
With which she produces a rolling pin from underneath her knitting and leaps up from her rocking chair shouting,
"Banzai!"
So much for the age of chivalry. They don't seem to have learned the rules down here, but you're stuck with the fact of the matter, and it's a nastier fact than you might have imagined, since that is a little rolling pin with +3 damage. The little old lady monster hits on only 3 first round, but needs a 6 thereafter on account of her eyesight. She has 50 life points, and will batter you to death if she can. Little old lady. Damn. Sounds like a mid-boss that we need to go through. Perchance we have our light. We don't have much life points though. Who goes first? That's it. So initiative. Pip goes first. 8, that's a hit. So 4 plus 5, 9. Little lady will surely hit the first round. 3, that's barely enough. So plus 3 damage. It goes again against the little old lady monster. It's a hit plus 6 down to 35. Now she hits with 6. That's enough. Plus 3, 5. We're down to 11. We have so few life points. Hit 9. That's 5, 5, 10. Down to 25. She hits again. 2 plus 3, 5. Down to 6. We can die the next hit of rolling pin. Pip's hit before. 3, 5, 8. That's 17. Old lady. That's a miss. Pip counters with 11. Oh yeah, that's 7 plus 5, 12. She's down to 5. And Pip vanquished the old lady. He misses. And Pip hits for 2 plus 5, 7. And the old lady is down for the count. I think it's time to heal ourselves. That's the roll of 2d6. There's also the dream time that I've never used in the previous 2 books. It wasn't necessary at all. Oh, that's the worst healing ever thrown. Ay, ay, ay. If you survive the little old lady, you can open the chest. I doubt there will be a key though. Oh, there's a key in here. A huge brass key attached to a huge brass key ring with a huge brass plate on which is engraved in huge brass letters, "Key to Gateway of the Ghastly Kingdom of the Dead." You found a key!
Without even having to find it.
This is incredible! This is fantastic! The very key you were looking for, and here it is in the chest of the little old lady monster. Now all you have to do is zip out and lock the gateway. Get back to Camelot and pig yourself stupid at the festive banquet, while everybody tells you what a good class of adventurer you turn out to be. Wait a minute. You still have to get back to Gateway. Wonder which way that is. The doors in this room open north and east into a corridor. Yeah, we need to go east first. I wonder if we lose the key if we die. Kind of did, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, damn, there's so many of them. There's 5 random encounters. So let's roll 10d6 and get on with it. Okay. 6, nothing. 9. There's 2 nerds. Afterwards, 7, nothing. 11. What's 11? 11. Nope, that's not level 1. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Level 1. 4 kobolds. Nine, 2 nerds again. And 5, nothing. So we add 3 encounters on 5 rolls. Oh, wait. That's... Oh, there's not 2 nerds there. Yeah, that's 6, 9, 7, 11, 5. So 2 encounters on 5 rolls. First fight against the first 2 nerds. Yep. Initiative roll. The nerds goes first. 7. That's it. 2 damage. And the second nerd. That's it again. 4 damage. That's 6 for both of them. Pip's turn. That's it. Just enough. 5 damage only. I forgot to calculate all my experience points. That nerd's hits and Pip is dead. Killed by nerds. Oh yeah. Lose all that. I'm not sure about the key. Here the XP should be 14. Alright, so to go back there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need to do 6 roll of wandering monsters. That's 12 dice. First, let's roll HP. 9, 3, 10. So that's 40. Will be better time around. And 12 dice for all the wandering monsters. 4, 6, 9, 2 nerds again instead of the kobolds. Four, 6, 9, 4, 6, 9, 2 nerds again. Damn. The only thing that's spawning in that corridor. So 2 fight on the 6 rolls. First nerd fight again. Instead of roll. Pip start first. 10, that's it. 8 damage. First nerd. That's a miss. Second one. Barely hit. 2 damage. I should add an armor. That will be so better. Pip 4-7. The first nerd is dead. Seven. That's it. 2 damage against Pip. Again. That's a hit for 6 damage. Or that's a miss for the nerd. And Pip's last attack, it's dead. Yeah, 9. Nerd gives 10 gold pieces. Second fight later down in the corridor. Initiative. The nerds go first. First one, 6, that's a miss. 9, that's it for 4 damage. As we died, we have, by the way, our healing potion back. I'm not sure actually, since we don't equip ourselves, I shouldn't get my healing potion back. Yeah. Yeah, that one's a miss. So, Pip's turn. That's it. 3, 5, 8. 3 life points left. Nerd 1 and Nerd 2. It's an 8 and a 5. The 8 goes through for 3 damage. 5 misses. The nerd is dead with that attack. Only 1 left. Strikes Pip for 3 plus 2, 5. And Pip goes for 5, 5, 10. Oh, only 1 HP left. And the guy manages to do a 2 damages for dying, I guess. Yep, it's dead. So that's 10 more gold pieces for 20. Not sure if it's going to be useful somewhere down the line, but it gives us the right to enter the room at the end of the way too lengthy corridor. You find yourself in a dingy, rather cramped 20 by 20 room stacked floor to ceiling with broken furniture.
None of it particularly good looking, even when it was new, so far as you can judge.
Since there are no apparent exits, you turn to leave. But some instinct urges you to search around a bit. Good instinct, Pip. You found another piece of parchment with another map. See appendix. And this map not only shows you 2 secret doors in this room, but also shows you a good few other rooms and corridors that weren't on your first map. Looks like the Ghastly Kingdom of the Dead is a bigger place than you imagine. Study your new map, decide where to go, and good luck. Yeah, new map. Map 2, level 1. Okay, that's kind of the inside of the first map that was missing. Yep, both maps together is the full map of level 1. We can go straight from there in another room, which is the best to not encounter wandering monsters. So let's go there. To these, through the secret door merrily and into a huge 30 by 80 chamber full of pot plants. Pot plants? That's what they look like. Rubber plants and ferns and creepers, the occasional flowering cactus and stuff like that. All laid out neatly in aisles, like some sort of underground greenhouse. The ceiling of the chamber has crystal globes embedded, blue, green, pink, and white, shining down on the plants to give them a bit of light. What was this? Plant spell, friendly vegetables. Wow, not exactly plants though. This could be quite a pleasant place if it wasn't for the scruffy-looking old fool shuffling towards you with a pitchfork. You can either leap on him vigorously and get an automatic surprise attack, or take a chance that he might be harmless. Harmless. Let's be friendly. So far, it has been good to us.
What be you doing here, young adventurer?
Asked the scruffy old man, setting the pitchfork down carefully on account of his bad back. I seek to find a route that will forever close the gateway to this ghastly kingdom, scruffy old sir, you declaim politely.
That be what most of them be harder right enough, those like pot plants?
Ah, you reply, which he takes quite correctly to be an affirmative reply.
So does I, friendly things pot plants, if he doesn't mess with them. Not like people, nor monsters neither. Closing the gateway, is it?
I mean, yes.
Won't manage that here, young un, the way be guarded. Guarded by the Black Knight himself, aye. But take this bottle of my patent weed killer, and rub some of your sword, aye. It gives double damage the first time he hits a visible monster, and there be enough in the bottle for 3 applications, aye.
Which was, you must admit, a nice gesture on his part, and potentially a very useful gift if you happen to meet any visible monsters. Throw it away carefully in your backpack for now, and return through the secret door. I'm going to check back if we still lose items when we die. Dead. Choose a combat. Oh, damn, here it says that we have the dragon skin jacket. Was written in the rules at the end, but not in the text. Seriously, that's 4 damage less in all fights so far. And still can. Journey. Any treasure collected is lost unless you are told otherwise. Like the light spell. So. Alright, I guess let's profit from the anti-vegetable thing before we run out of it. What was it called? It's a weed killer. But I need to drop something for that, like an empty healing potion. Double damage against vegetable. So we can go back to the door of the previous chamber. That means we have no other choice than taking the corridor at the west, taking a long turnaround. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's 2. Yeah, 2 wandering monsters roll. Ten and 12. Oh, damn. Then is... Yeah, there are 2 orcs. Get my other XP. Both orcs have 12 HP to hit with 6. And the 12 is a creeping jello. Ew. With 30 life points, but it only... Right, that's bad. They hit only with 5, so the orcs, yeah, they're worse than the nerds. Okay, let's start with the orcs. See how it goes. Set a roll. I think I should let myself a bit due to the dragon skin jerkins that forgot. Just to be fair with self. We start. That's 8 damage against the first orc. They both go. 5, that's a miss. 6, that's barely a hit. 2 damage deducted by the dragon jerkin, so no damage. Counter-strike by Pip, the first orc is dead. It's way better with the armor. The orc misses. 6, that's 7 damage for Pip. The orc miss. And it's dead. Alright. Orcs are worth 15 gold pieces. That's 35. 1 more XP. No damage incurred. The other fight later on in the corridor is against a creeping jello. Initiative. That's even. We roll. The jello first. Oh, 12. It's a +4 monster. So 12 minus 5, that's 7 plus 4. 11 minus 4, 7. Big hit for the jello. 9 against it. That's 5, 5, 10. Jello hits for 2 plus... That's 2 damage since the +4 is negated by the armor. Eight, 4, 5, 9. Jello's down to 11. 9, that's an hit again. 4 damage. And, oh, 11 against the Jello. That's 7, 5, 12. Dead. Oh, that was quite a short fight, even if it was a big Jello. It's worth 30 gold pieces. So we have 65 gold pieces now. Okay, and no more wandering monsters. At the end of the corridor, you can enter that room. And I don't see how we can get to the bottom of the map. It's closed off from something else. Well, let's see what it does in that room. There's another one at the back. Oh, we can bribe someone here. This 30 by 30 chamber looks as though it might have been used as some sort of reception room at some time, although the few scraps of wooden furniture are in pretty ragged state now. All the same, it's not entirely disused. There are 2 armored guards at the door in the southern wall, and when you look carefully, you can see why. The door has a notice saying, Treasure Room. The only way through the door is past the guards, Pip. They don't look particularly strong, 15 life points each. Which suggests somebody forgot to feed them for some time. As against that, they are each armed with swords, and the armor they are wearing is very high quality, subtracting 3 from any damage scored against them. The guards will not attack if you leave them alone, so you have a choice of simply returning back in the corridor. Oh, the swords. There was the armor and weapon table at the end. So a sword. Oh, here a sword. No, that's the wandering monsters. Here's the table. Yeah, the sword here is a +3. So he has a +3 -3. It could be kind of hard to kill, but not many life points. I think we can try that. It's like big jello split in 2 with less offensive power, more defensive power. Initiative. Wait a minute. Can we do something in there, or we just kill guards? Ah, yeah, we can go in the other room behind. That's the plan. Okay. Initiative. Guards goes first. I guess they hit with 6 since nothing was said. Yeah, they hit with 6, I think. Go check back, just sure. Yeah, that's 6. The first one is a hit, 4 damage. We have 4 armor, no damage. Second one misses. Alright. Let's go, Pip. Oh, miss. The rare occurrence of EJ slashing the wind. 2 other guards, both misses as well. Okay, that's it now. 5, 5, 10 -3, that's 7. Be harder to kill. Go. Guards 1, miss. Again 1. That's a hit. 9 means 3, 3, 6. So 2 damage goes through the armor. Pip against the guard. That's a hit. 4, 3, 5, 8 damage. Right on. Second guard dead. Oh, forgot the armor class though. So he has 3 back. First guard 8. Yep. So 8 and 6 both hit. The first one, that's 2 plus 3, 5. So 1 goes through. The second one, the armor soak it up. And it for Pip, that guard is down. Finally, 1 guard left. That's it for 4 damage. Armor takes it. Counter strike Pip 3, 5, 8. Minus 3. So he's down to 10. That's 5 damage and got to 10. 5, that's a miss. Counter strike from Pip. 7, hit. 3, 5, 8. Minus 3, 5 again. Guard. Third. Miss. And... oh, I think he's dead. 6, 5, 11, minus 3, 8. Yeah. Down for the count. Both guards are out. And we can go into the treasure room behind the guards. This one. Treasure room. That's what it says, Pip. Right there on the door. Who knows what loot and goodies you'll get now to bring home to your adoptive parents. With the story of how you eventually found the key and closed the gateway to the ghastly kingdom of the dead, you rush in eagerly to the 10x30 room to find yourself confronted by a very thin, bespectacled nerd, wearing the traditional red cape and spats of the species, seated behind a wooden desk on which are papers and a large bell. "Welcome," he says. "What treasure have you come to give me?" "Give you?" you echo. "Give you?" This isn't the real treasure room at all. At least not the sort you thought. This stupid nerd wants to give him treasure, while you were perhaps thinking there might be a bit you could nick. Your sword, perhaps, a magical item? I'll be bound if you've survived this far. Or you may have a tingle ring secreted about your person, or... I have not yet made up my mind to give you anything, ignoble nerd, you tell him pompously, looking around for anywhere he may have concealed treasure, or possibly a key. In that case, I shall be forced to ring my bell, says the nerd. He blinks at you mildly. I'm sure you wouldn't want me to do that. Well, will you? Certainly you can let him have each A, but he looks the sort of nerd that will accept a hefty bribe, a 100 gold pieces, say. Or you could always hack him into nerd cubes before he has a chance to ring the bell. Or you could let him ring the silly thing anyway and see what happens. You can try to bribe the nerd 100 gold pieces. If you succeed, you may leave the room safely. Or ring the bell, or hack him into nerd cubes. Well, he can ring the bell. What will he do? The nerd reaches out a slim hand and rings the bell, which sounds with a delicate, though penetrating tinkle. There, he says primly. I did warn you. But warn you about what? Perhaps it has something to do with the massive shape slowly solidifying in a corner of the chamber. At first it looks like swirling smoke, but gradually it takes on the form of a bearded, turbaned giant naked to the waist, green-skinned, and carrying a scimitar. It looks like a cross between Sinbad and the Incredible Hulk, and with your luck is almost certainly a djinn. Another adventurer needs bashing, master, the djinn says to the nerd. Precisely, says the nerd. Bash, hack, slay then, throw the pieces to the crows, making sure to keep any gold, weapons, magical items, or other valuables for our leader's treasure repository. Now just a minute, you protest, holding up your hands in horror. This being you they are talking about bashing, hacking, and slaying. It's not that you're frightened, of course, but that Jin looks as though he might have 1,000,000 life points, so a fight is definitely to be avoided. But circumstances are largely outside your immediate control at this point. It's doubtful if you can kill the Jin, or even the nerd down to death. So the only thing that really counts is whether or not one of those hands you held up in horror happened to be wearing a tingle ring. If you are wearing a tingle ring, either collected during this adventure or during any previous adventure in the GrailQuest, then you should... Yeah, well, we had a tingle ring that the game didn't say that we could take it. So, let's go to the section with the tingle ring. Hold on, master, says the Jin in amazement. This one is wearing a tingle ring. A tingle ring? Gasps the nerd, turning pale. Yes, a tingle ring, you roar, wondering what all the fuss is about, but well able to take advantage of what seems to be an unexpected turn of fate in your direction. So you had both better watch out. Not the dreaded tingle ring, screams the nerd, drawing a poison dagger from his sleeve and attempting unsuccessfully to stab himself in the back. I am your obedient slave, says the Jin, bowing deeply in your direction. Your wish is my command, O wearer of the tingle ring. You're not pulling my leg, are you? You ask hesitantly. Never that, mighty one, says the Jin. Shall I crush this weedy nerd, my ex-master, as a token of my devotion? You nod enthusiastically, being a bloodthirsty sort of adventurer, but it's too late since the nerd has run out of the room screaming first into the previous one, then down the long corridor until it disappears into darkness. You're really my slave now, are you? You ask curiously. Assuredly, O greatest of the great, and very handy I am too, since any time you get into a hassle, you can call me up by rubbing the tingle ring, and I will appear to fight the monsters for you. I have 100 life points. Strike successfully on 5, and do +3 damage with this scimitar. The only thing is, my union does not permit me to fight more than 3 times during any one adventure. However, so long as you retain the tingle ring, I shall accompany you invisibly on any adventure in the future. What's more, I cannot really be killed, so even if I lose all my life points, that only stops me fighting till you call me again. Just so long as you don't call me more than 3 times in any one adventure. What a reassuring development, Pip, as the Jin vanishes. Did you decide to call him with your tingle ring? You can return to the previous room and make your way ever onward from there. Alright, now we know what the tingle ring does. In 100 life points. 5 to it. +3 damage. Quite interesting. What can we do next from there? Not much, actually. There's no exit. Unless we can go all over the place. That one doesn't. The big corridor. Not really well printed, but I think we can go all the way around there. That's not clear on the map. I guess this one goes around. Yeah, it must be a windy corridor over there. Okay, must be that. the only thing that makes sense. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One wandering monster encounter, maybe. Nothing. We enter the next room. In the southeast corner. You have entered the gallery of mirrors. 20 wide and a full 80 long. Not ordinary mirrors, of course, not in a place like this. They're all distorting mirrors. The sort you get at carnivals where you look in and see yourself as a fat dwarf or a thin giant. Except they aren't exactly like carnival mirrors. Carnival mirrors are fun. These reflections show you all gnarled and deformed and nastily distorted. Wizened and twisted and yush. In fact, they're making you feel as though you really were all gnarled and wrinkled and...
They're magic mirrors, Pip!
Shoots EJ, somewhat muffled from his scabbard.
Don't look into them!
Fool Sword never gives good advice, and when he does, it's too late. You're looking in the mirrors, Pip, and gradually changing into something ghastly. Throw 2 dice quickly to find out if you have the willpower to look away. 7 to 12. There's willpower for you. With a massive effort, you drag your gaze away from the distorting mirror and find, to your relief, that your body begins to untwist and unwrinkle and ungnarl until you change back into the incredibly fit, handsome, and athletic person you have always been. The only problem is the thing that is stepping out of the mirror you've been looking into. It's the gnarled, wrinkled, twisted version of you that you have just been looking at. It's open to a 4-star bribe since it shares your lust for gold, but apart from that, you'll never get a friendly reaction. What you need to do here is fight Pip. Fight the ghastly version of yourself. Fortunately, it only has half of your current life points, but apart from that, it is you in every respect, including the twisted version of EJ that it carries, so it won't be an easy fight. Alright, that kind of sucks. "12 HP though. Should strike hard and true first. Initiative roll. That's even. The replica goes first. Damn. Oh, that's a big hit. 6, 11, minus 4. 7. Oh. Damn, doppelganger fights. Oh, 11 for us as well. So that's 7 plus 5. 12 damage right on. Minus 4 because of the armor. Damn armor. Another big hit. 6, 5, 11. Seven damage. 6, that's 7 minus 4, 3. Ah, seriously? It's not dead. Oh, that will hit hard, that one. 7, 3 plus 4, 5, 8, 4. 4 damage, not so bad. That's 4 damage, too much. 5. That's enough. It's dead. If you kill the twisted you, you will find your distorted replica carries the same amount of gold and booty you do, so everything you have is automatically doubled. That's 130. That here. And we have 2 of everything. Does that mean that we have 2 Tingle Ring? And 2 Excalibur Junior, which, sure, but it's worth. 2 Dragon Jerkin, not useful as well. Guess that we have 2 Tingle Ring. Two food rations, let's drop that. The weed killer, 1 is enough. The rope, 1 is enough. 2 Excalibur Junior, I'm not sure it's useful. 2 Dragon Jerkin, drop. Okay, we can go to another place afterwards. The different options are... west side in a little room or south to a longer room. I don't know, we get to the... where is the one? Ah, yeah, that's the other one there. We don't get to it. It wasn't. So we have 2 rooms left closer, or close to it. Guess we can try the one to the west and go back afterwards to the southeast. This looks interesting, a 20 by 20 room with a chest in the middle of the floor. An unguarded chest in the middle of the floor. How about that? The monster must be on its tea break. The thing is, Pip, do you risk trying to open the chest? It may have some sort of nasty trap already and waiting to send you back to 14. Is it a trap chest or not? I don't believe it's a mimic. The chest is open and you're still here, no trap at all. Inside there is a vial of light blue liquid which, when you take the stopper out, smells of old socks. You're going to have to risk testing that liquid if you want to find out what it does. But if you taste it, you'll also risk the possibility that it's the most potent poison known to humanity and it might kill you outright. This is known as Hobson's Choice, Pip. You can taste the liquid, or wait for later, I guess. Tastes like old socks as well. It could be poison with a taste like that. Poisonous elixir of old socks, a famous alchemical distillation. But don't start to ride in agony just yet, because this is in fact a poison antidote. 1 swig of this stuff will cure any known poison, and there are 6 swigs in the vial. Use a dose now if you happen to be poisoned, otherwise save it carefully in case you might be in the future. Okay, I think we don't need the rope anymore, so let's drop that out. And poison antidote. And go back to the previous door or the corridor, so previous door, and let's go at the bottom. Go check the, yeah, that's the correct number. There's a man-eating plant in here. The plant he's eating is a carrot and it's screaming for help. This ghastly kingdom gets more like a loony bin every step you take. Help! Screams the carrot. Ignore it, remarks the man with a friendly nod in your direction. This is one of the most appealing evil carrots ever to pollute the face of the globe. I shall die instantly when I finish eating it, but I willingly sacrifice myself for the good of humanity, which will be all the better for the demise of this evil carrot. I'm not evil! I'm not evil! Shouts the carrot. I am a beautiful young princess bewitched by an invisible wizard who haunts this ghastly kingdom. Please, rescue me. You will be making a terrible mistake if you try to rescue this carrot, says the man mildly. It's a vampire carrot. He's lying, shrieks the carrot desperately. But is he? Or is it? Or are they both? Desperately, you look around for some clue to help you make your decision. Your eye catches a prominent notice on the southern wall. It says, "Rescue the carrot." You reach for EJ, but then you catch sight of a second notice on the western wall. It says, "Don't rescue the carrot." You allow your hand to fall away in confusion. You glance upwards. A huge poster pasted on a ceiling says, "Play your xylophone," which seems a sensible course as any in this lunatic situation, provided of course you brought a xylophone. So what will you do? We don't have a xylophone, so we have to decide to rescue the carrot or ignore the whole affair. Hold on, princess, I'm coming! You shout bravely, drawing EJ and leaping forward in true adventure style.
Here's just a minute,
EJ protests.
I don't believe that's a princess at all. It looks like a vampire carrot to me.
Exactly as I told you, the man says calmly. You should listen to your sword. It seems to be a very sensible weapon.
But I'm a princess, wails the carrot. You can't just leave me here to be eaten.
You hesitate. The reluctant EJ pointed in the direction of the man's throat. Do you still want to rescue the carrot, despite what EJ thinks? We have stuff against vegetable. We're fine. As you lunge towards the man, he drops the carrot, steps back and, grinning heavily, draws a short gold-tipped rod from the folds of his sleeve. I warn you, he cries. This is the one of incredible destruction, and I shall use it without hesitation to save us both from the vampire carrot. Not a vampire, not a vampire, shouts the carrot. This is getting really airy, Pip. Are you honestly prepared to face a one of incredible destruction for the sake of this fugitive from a kitchen garden? It's ridiculous. We have stuffs against vegetable. I don't fear any kind of carrot. Foot. A globule of leprous green light leaps from the tip of the wand, only to fall with mediocre sizzle on the floor. My wand has run out, shrieks the man in alarm. Splat! You crack him on the head with the flat of EJ's blade. Knock him instantly unconscious.
My hero,
cries the carrot in delight and promptly fangs you in the ankle. At once you feel your life points draining away at an alarming rate.
Beware the bite of the vampire carrot,
calls out the carrot joyously, preparing to deliver a final little bite. You've only one chance here, Pip. The spell that turns vegetable monsters friendly. What is it called? Balls! If it works... Then the vampire carrot will return all the life points it just drained and remain with you as a bodyguard until you leave the ghastly kingdom.
And a good bodyguard this too. In all circumstances, it requires a roll of 6 to score it. But if it manages 3 in succession, at 1 for damage, it will always kill the opponent.
If the spell doesn't work, the carrot's final bite will drain your last remaining life points and send the pale husk of poor Pip straight to 14. Let's go, pals. A roll to decide that sordid situation. Can I guess it is gun time? Ah! Ah, it sucks so much. Damn. We could have the vampire carrot. No more gold. Still 40 life points. Technically, we keep that. Missed the balls. We died anyway. How can we go back there now? Ugh, that one is the one that sucks the more. Need 6 roll for level 1 of Wandering Encounters. I just want to go through all of them and no more Wandering Encounters. Will take way too long. Yeah, that's 6 rolls, and then we need to do 2 other rolls there, a 3rd one here. That's terrible. They're useless, those wandering monsters, anyway. They give something outside of gold pieces. We only give gold pieces. That's less. It's just throwing dice all over around. Okay, let's skip all the wandering monsters from now on. So we go back to 123, but the carrot's still there. We need to go to a saner room. So there's only one place left after a long windy corridor with lots of wandering monsters, and forget everything. Then there's a chamber afterwards. A peculiar room that's peculiarly shaped with a deep purple velvet curtain, closing off the northern section. Cold, isn't it? There are little glittering crystals on the walls, like ice, except they are green and pink. You touch one curiously and promptly get a cold burn. Stuff is colder than ice, colder than anything you've ever experienced. You're shivering already. You head for the curtain fast before you freeze to death. You race for the curtain, throw 2 dice. There another option. We can go back of the room. Yeah, well, I'm sure there's nothing else. We need to go for the curtain. But that's 9. Score 3 and above and you make it. Okay, that's good. Sword in hand, you brush aside a curtain. No monsters, but something maybe just as terrifying. You found a locked door, and behind it, as you can see through a tiny barred window, stairs. Stairs going down. Only one key can unlock this door, the key to the gateway of the ghastly kingdom itself. If you have it, unlock the door and take the stairs. So we do have that. Can bribe someone here. These are very long stairs, very long, very steep and very dark.
The sort of place you'd likely find spiders,
whispers EJ, who is a bit nervous of spiders. But you press on bravely, brushing aside webs.
Spider webs,
groans EJ, knowing perfectly well that any spiders you are likely to meet will be quite harmless little flycatchers who wouldn't do any harm to a brave.
Here it comes,
shrieks EJ as two fiery red eyes approach you like an express train from the darkness ahead. It's a giant spider, of course. What else could it possibly be in a place like this? Only 13 life points. Giant spider. I guess it kills on it because of poison. But the bite is poisonous, so that if the spider manages to hit you 3 times in a row without you hitting back, then you're literally poisoned in the spider's next meal. Okay, that's not so bad. Spider hits on 6 or better and has surprised automatically since this is his home territory. Curiously enough, it is susceptible to bribery, as you may have noticed by the asterisk, but it will demand an awful lot of gold. It hits first. Let's go, spider. 7. That's 1 damage. But armor, so no damage. Pip's counterattack it. That's 5. Spider. 7. So 1 damage again, which does nothing. And Pip strikes through for 8 damage. Great. Spider's dead. Okay, that was a big encounter. At the bottom of the stairs, you find yourself in a 20 by 30 chamber with a door in the south wall. The entire place is piled high with the bones, skulls, and rusting weapons of previous adventurers. This is not a good omen, Pip. But pinned to the wall with a broken spear is the tattered sketch map. See the appendix. You will find in the corridors of this level that you must make a wandering monster roll every 50 feet 5 squares. Not every 60. Yeah, we don't care. Try the door, or return to level 1. We'll certainly try the door. Yeah, there's one. The door here. Papapam corridor, then we get to a different room. I'm not sure if we're even half the adventure. Despite what the map shows, you are in a 10 by 10 room with doors in the north, west, and east wall. Did I read the... That's weird. Okay, it's not like on the map. It's so strange. Okay. Can go to door east, go back, yeah, right? North or west? Go north. Alright, that's a labyrinth, that's what I don't. Oh, that's a lot of paragraphs. So, 10 by 10. South to go back, west to continue. Then by then, doors south. West and east. Let's go west. I hope we won't get lost there. Another than by then. Southeast west. West again. Another than by then. East southwest. Go west. Another than by then. All directions. West. And by then, all sides, west again. And by then, again, but there's an option north, though, that we didn't have before. Which is kind of strange. Oh, that must be the corridor. But we can go west still. Let's try the north one. Suspicious. By Jove, you're out, Pip. You're out of the maze. Mark you, the mental effort is taking a lot out of you. Better nosh some of your rations before going on. If you aren't carrying rations, you lose 1 permanent life points due to brain fag. I don't know how we add before. Maybe that's 4 since it was a -4 speed. It will be logical. We have 1 space now. If you look around carefully, you will find you are standing in the northern corridor just outside the northern door to the area marked here on the map. You will also find you are in grave danger of stepping on a small but quite amazing magical artifact, a talisman of wandering monster protection. When you invoke the power of this charm, it sends out rays which absolutely ensure you will never encounter wandering monster on the level you are in. There is only one slight problem. The talisman has only 2 charges, so use them wisely. Or not at all if you wish, since some adventurers prefer to hack up wandering monsters for the sake of their gold. Well, we have a legit reason now to bypass all the wandering monsters. That's nice. Okay, we can go through the maze all in now. I guess we can walk around there as well. Why east? Yeah, we can go all the way around and go in the big room, I guess, on the way. Zap! This whole huge chamber is full of blinding pinkish light. It comes from a large globe set in the center, which pulses and gibbers slightly. Come to that. I am the magic zapper, a voice sniggers telepathically in your head. I have been waiting to see if you will be fool enough to enter my lair. If you leave my lair now, any magic you may use from now on will cost you double the normal life points. But if you fail to kill me with a single blow, I shall absorb all your magic completely. Nasty. The magic zapper is only 6 life points, but it's still a big risk if you have only 1 blow. At the same time, you hardly want to pay double in life points every time you use magic from now on, do you? Yeah, well. Let's go 1 blow against the magic zapper. Then, that's 6, 11 damage. Bam, 1 blow, down. Job's done. Need to go back out and take a different room. There's a little room at the end of the corridor on the south. You can try this one. Or let's try something else instead of doing everything on the way. I think we can find the exit of the level, maybe. There are two options, I think. There's either the big weirdo place with a corridor in the middle. Yeah, it must be that one, actually. Let's try the other room farther down the corridor after the one I wanted to enter. This looks like a very ordinary antechamber, one door leading into the corridor, the other leading into the other room. You could walk straight through if it wasn't for the spiff, which has rooted itself in the center of the floor, cracking up the stones, slabbing and revealing the earth beneath. You recognize it as a spiff instantly. Of course, since there are pictures of these weird vegetables in several of Merlin's spellbooks. It has a single stem, very thin and pliable, and a bulbous head the size and shape of a melon.
Honeydew, not watermelon.
And the color of an aubergine. Desperately, you try to remember what you read about spiffs in Merlin's spellbooks. There's something magical about them, of course, otherwise they wouldn't be written about, but what? Eventually it comes to you, the seeds. Inside the head there are anything up to 6 seeds, and each one you swallow restores your life points to their absolute maximum. The most powerful healing known. What's more, if you eat 6 spiff seeds, you automatically gain 1 permanent life point. The only problem is, spiffs don't like having their heads cut off for the sake of the seeds and will begin to vibrate if you're not very careful. A vibrating spiff will turn the molecules of your body into brackish water in exactly 8 seconds, Pip. The thing is, are you willing to risk cutting off the spiff head for the sake of the seeds? I think we should risk it. Oh, that's kind of hard. Well, I think it's worth it. Okay, can we do the friendly vegetable thing though? I'm not sure what it does, but the vegetable is friendly now. Doesn't seem to work anyway. Let's read the spell just before dying. The second spellbook isn't at the end? Seriously. Go back at the beginning. Somewhere at the beginning. Here we are. Action 2. Pulse gives an automatic. It's the friendly action from an attacking vegetable, but it doesn't attack, so I guess we just died because it vibrates. But we have 8 seconds. I don't understand why we don't have a second chance in 8 seconds. I guess it just didn't work inside the 8 seconds. Yeah, sounds like that. We didn't have any treasure anyway. 5 points. 36. And skip that fabulous vegetable. And go to the next room straight away. Yeah, that one. This vast chamber, with its high ceiling, has, will you believe, a second long tin room actually built in the middle of its floor.
The anarchic strikes again.
There are 2 doors into this tin room, one at the western end, one at the east. Each is guarded by a smallish winzing, a squat stubby wind creature with leathery skin and a sword that's not much longer than a dagger. The winzings will not attack unless you try to enter. If however you do and get into a hassle, it's as well to know the winzing you will be fighting has 15 life points, hits on 7 and does +1 damage with that little sword. You don't have to go there, of course, but there's nothing else in this room. So your only other option is going back. I guess you don't have a choice. You have entered the Invited Chamber, and the door behind you turns out to be one way, so you can't use it to get back out. What's more, you have fallen down a pit. It's not difficult to climb out again, even if you don't have a rope, but you lose 1 die roll of life points. One. Okay. The door north is also one way and leads back to the other room, but you cannot use it to enter the room again. The door ahead leads to a different place. You have entered the Invited Chamber, and the door behind you turns out to be one way, so you can't use it to get back out. What's more, you have fallen down a pit. It's not difficult. Again? Oh, 6 this time. The door north is also one way and leads back outside, but the door ahead, yeah, let's go ahead. I guess we'll go all the levers. It's another trap. Another, that's, again. And then there's another door that leads ahead. You've entered another chamber, another trap. Oh, wait a minute, that's 2 dice roll here. Was it 2 the previous one? Oh, that's new, the 2 dice roll now. Okay, 2 HP to falling down the pit, 2 rolls dice of HP actually. 5. Not that bad actually. And there's another door leading, I guess, to another pit. Yep, that's dice roll of life points again. Guess we're going to die there. There's another door ahead. That's odd. You haven't fallen down a pit, but you have been teleported. Which may be just as bad, or may not. How interesting. There are stairs in this room, Pip, leading down into the dark depth. There are also 3 doors. One leading south into a corridor, one north and one east. Yes, we shall go with the dark depth. I wonder if we missed something on level 2, but we'll see later on. But I got the exit, I think, to level 3, yeah. Isn't really a room at all. The stairs lead off in a twisty little bit of corridor with fortunately a full plan of level 3 drawn facing you on a massive blackboard. Since you can very well carry a blackboard around with you for the rest of the adventure, you carefully copy down the plan, wondering what's right there, and note that you are actually in a spiral corridor that goes on for quite a long way. This is rather a pity, since you will find that in the corridors there are more monsters, blah blah blah. Let's use the Talisman of Wandering Monster Protection. There we go. Level 3, we're almost at the end, I guess. So huge though, the map. Turns around, can go there. What looks like a bus room in there. There's a very huge one. After a zone of darkness, and we have a light spell, I think it would be a good idea to go there. So we go around in the corridor. Towards the left, down, up, and we enter a place with a zone of darkness. As you may have noticed from your map, there is the darkness zone in this chamber. It starts 50 feet away from the door you've just entered, and it looks like trouble. It also looks like it might be hiding a door into the next room. Torches, lamp, even light spells won't dispel this darkness. Damn. But if you want to fumble your way in, you should go. I thought the light spell will help. Let's fumble our way then. No other choice. Dark in here, very dark in fact. So dark you can hear yourself breathing. That is you breathing, isn't it? Hold your breath a minute and listen. How unpleasant. You're holding your breath, but you can still hear breathing. Geek! Something nasty is hacking at you with a bladed instrument. Forget surprise Pip, this thing, whatever it is, has the first strike against you, and no mistake, it also has 40 life points. And a +3 blade of some sort. There's a 7+ to it though, because of the darkness. Unfortunately, so do you. Okay. 5, it misses. Alright, we're up there. The thing. How can we kill that bastard with 40 life points when we have only 8? Didn't really use any spell, that's where that. I guess it's fireball time. We have 1 extra. But that's 25 HP. I can do that. Damn. We can do the POW and add 10 to an attack. Or the double damage with EJ. That will mean up to 26, but out the next time. It doesn't look so good actually. Unless to end the monster at the end. She'll do the +10 attack though. Seven, 8. I don't know, we needed to hit with 7 scales. So that's, oh, that's 7 the spell, yeah, right. And 10. Okay. Looks a bit better. We use the POW. Because 3 HP. Plus 10 damage. We roll 10. 3 plus 5, that's 8 plus 10, 18. He's down to 22. Still a long way to go though. The thing attacks. Oh, that's it. 5. 1 damage. Okay, that's risky, but we should act it normally. 7, just straight. That's 5. Down 17. 8, that's it again. 1 plus 3, that's 4. Armor blocks. EJ misses. Monster misses. EJ hits for 6. It's a miss for the monster. EJ hits for 7. Down to 4, just like us. Damn. Oh, the monster hits, that's bad. 10, 3, 7, no, 6, minus 4, 2. Oh, still alive. Nine, that's 2, 7. Creature's dead. Okay, that's good, that's good. Nice job, EJ. Does it help though? With the Guardian of the Darkness, or whatever it was, safely dispatched, you feel your way carefully along the wall that separates the section from the other room, but there is no door. There is, however, a leather bag, presumably dropped by the thing, which contains 300 gold pieces. So the booty is still mounting up. There's no door, shit is. It's just a trap with loot. How can we get there then? How can we get in that room? Maybe the little thing that goes in a spiral staircase on the northwest of the level. I know I need to go to that room though. A whirlwind envelops you the second you step through this doorway, blackening you out momentarily and teleporting you straight somewhere else. Isn't that irritating? 20 by 50, this is a pretty big room for a rubbish tip. Everything seems to have been thrown in the air. Tables, chairs, old pots and pans, lamps, clocks, urns, candlesticks, giroflas, crocks, old giroflas. There's nothing worse than meeting a girofla when all you want is a bit of peace. These 6 feet long, 2-headed reptiles have a meaner disposition than Emperor Ming of Mongo. This particular girofla lurking in a junk has 40 life points, strikes on a 6 or better and get 2 hits for your 1 on account of its second head. Fortunately, both heads score only dice damage with no pluses. Another big fight. Forgot my experience for the other fight. Girofla. Starting to take a long time to finish that. $40 life points. I'm not sure I see how we can go through that fight with 2 life points. Time to eat the food, I don't think. Get more. Gives 3 HP. And there we go, instead of roll. The girofla first. That's it, not enough damage to go through the armor. Strikes back for EJ. 6 plus 5, 11. It's a nice clean hit. The Girofla misses. EJ barely hits. 6 damage. Girofla. Oof, that's bad. 5. 1 damage goes through. So we need to roll 11 or 12 to hit. 9, that's 5. 5, 10 damage. Not enough to go through the armor. 7, that's it again. 3, 5, 8. 5 left. Misses. Oh, there's 2 hit per head too. Yeah, I think I should remove another HP actually. It does double damage. Pip rolls a 9, that's 5, 5, 10. The Girofly is dead. Survive the encounter, so next page. Nice bit of survival that. Giroflies are a monster to be reckoned with. What a sturdy young adventurer you turn out to be. What a sterling slaughter of monsters. What an intrepid seeker after loot and booty. What a... Enough of this flattery. You might as well rummage in this junk heap now you've got rid of the Girofla. That breast lamp looks interesting, for instance, a bit battered and very old, but interesting. Now you've found the interesting lamp. What do you do with it? Can rub it? Sure, just in case. Your name's Pip, not Aladdin. Go back and stop messing about. Open the lamp, maybe. There's some oil in it. Funny perfume smell that you can't quite place, probably because you've never smelled it before. Apart from that, it looks like a perfectly ordinary lamp. You can keep it or chuck it away and leave by the southern door into the corridor, or use the eastern door. Okay, so you can light the lamp. Now you know there's oil in it. The lamp burns with a surprisingly steady blue flame and a hint of pale blue-gray smoke, which curls around you like a shroud. Except it isn't a shroud, as you quickly discover it's a magical protection. If this lamp is lit before you get into a hassle, the magic smoke will deduct 3 points from any damage scored against you. And that's on top of any damage deductions you may already have. The only thing is, you must decide to light the lamp before you enter a section, or make a wandering monster roll. Since you won't have time when the hassle actually starts, there is enough oil in there for 6 uses. But don't throw the lamp away afterwards, since you may find suitable oil somewhere, perhaps on some other adventure. It's quite nice, indeed. Oil lamp. 6, 6. Okay. And go to the corridor or to the east in the other room. Ah yeah, we got that room. And east in the other room. Yeah, that's a good idea, I think. Since it's the dead end. A whirlwind envelops you the second you step through this doorway, blacking you out momentarily and turbulently you straight back at the beginning of level 2. Wouldn't that make you spit? Ah, that sucks so much. But anyway, I know the way. Everything's down in level 2. Let's go back to level 3, get back here. Okay, those 3 rooms at the top left are okay. The zone on darkness doesn't work. Here's the big room at the right, which is a dead end as well. Get out of here fast! Too late, the door is closed behind you. This is the most dangerous room in the whole ghastly kingdom, next to the lair of the Black Knight itself. One glance tells you all. It is the lair of the deadly maths teacher. The deadly maths teacher is wearing a sports jacket with leather patches on the sleeves and has hair on the back of his hands. He fixes you with a gimlet eye, in the manner of a snake hypnotizing a bird. If a cat can kill a rat in 1 minute, how long will it take to kill 1,000 rats? He asks you grimly. Answer at once, or I shall beat you to death with my ruler. If you might imagine, the answer might be 100,000 minutes. Or if you think it isn't. Okay. I'm sure that the correct answer isn't the correct answer. Full marks, exclaims the math teacher. 100,000 rats will certainly kill the cat long before the cat managed to kill them. That may not be mathematics, but it's certainly life. He reaches into the pocket of his jacket and smiles.
A most frightening gesture.
Here, he says, is a free pass to the Black Knight's lair. Oh shit, okay. You look at the pass on it, there inscribed the words, go direct to the Black Knight's lair. If you want to use the pass, you may go direct. If not, you can leave the chamber. I don't know why we won't want that. Let's go try to fight the Dark Knight with our 3 HP. I'm sure we will win right away. Despite the vast size of this chamber, the first thing you notice is that there are no doors leading out of it. But that hardly matters, since standing in the center of the chamber, black armor glistening in the light of a massive chandelier, above his head is a burly figure carrying a sinister broadsword in one hand and an equally sinister mace in the other. Ranged in front of him are 7 military dwarves. Ranged in front of them are 7 slime monsters.
Sickening to look.
Ranged in front of them are 7 djinns.
Welcome, Pip.
Says the black armored figure heartily.
I am, you will instantly realize, King Pellinor, bosom friend of King Arthur.
No, you're not, you reply promptly, having made that mistake too many times before. You are the dreaded Black Knight of Avalon, and I am going to do you fearful mischief, in order that I may shut the gateway to this ghastly kingdom.
Well, if you're going to be like that, we'd better get on with it,
says the Black Knight awfully.
Sick him, monsters.
At which the various monsters move slowly towards you. This may not be quite so bad as it looks. If you have already met, befriended, or defeated the 7 dwarves and the djinns, the only things that will actually attack you are the slime monsters. But if you haven't met them before, the dwarves and djinns will attack you as well. Ah, that makes no sense. Each dwarf has 20 life points, strikes on 5 and scores +3. Each djinn has 30 life points, it's on 5 and does +2 damage with a scimitar. All are open to bribery, but only at the special rate of 2 precious stones and 500 gold pieces each. So it may prove expensive. If however you're wearing a tingle ring, any damage scored against you by a djinn is automatically half. Ah, that's nice. The monsters are bad news all the way. Each has 10 life points, needs 6 to strike, and scores only dice damage. But they poison you on their first successful strike, causing you to lose 2 life points every time you make a hit until you cure yourself if you can. Well, we have the poison antidote. Finally, there's the dreaded Black Knight itself. We have 3 HP. I don't see how we can survive this, really. But we should be able to meet the 7 dwarves and the djinn. Just not sure I want to do that. 7 dwarves. Well, we have a djinn with 100 life points. 5 to it plus 3 damage. We have 2 tingle ring actually. So 6 djinns with 600 life points. 5 to it plus 3 damage. I'm not sure the dwarves will live the day. Let's just try out for fun how it goes. They can act through a djinn. Initiative. Djinn against dwarves. Dwarves first. So that's 14 dice. There's 1 hit. Should put the dwarves here. They have 140 HP. Against the djinns. We have 600 HP. Good luck. The sparks on 5, so that's 5 damage and score plus 3, 8. So 8, 11, 7 and 6, 5 and 4, 9. So 20 on the djinns. Yeah, the problem is that they strike by 7. Just quite heavy. Then that's 5 against the dwarves. Okay, at this rhythm, 4 times more. It will kill the dwarves at this rhythm, but they won't be able to kill the djinns afterward, most probably. But the djinn scores with half damage. It's a +2, it's on 5, so the maximum they can do is 9. Half, that's 4, which is 4 or 5, which is most probably blocked. So we can fight against the djinn without any problems. Let's do another 14 roll of dwarves just in case. I think that's the only fight that matters. That's 6, 9, 15, 20, 27, 33 damage on the djinn. Seven. That's 5 again. Not sure. Go that well. I'm rolling higher and higher. 6, 9, 16, 20, 29, 38, and 42 damages next. What did I subtract there? Six, 9, 16, 20, 29, 38, 43. Okay, I did reverse thing, so the first gen is still up. 10. That's 8 damage against the dwarves. And technically, no, the first dwarf dead yet. Whatever the damage they do, they probably kill the djinn. I need to resummon a new djinn. The new djinn strikes down the last dwarf. Now we roll 12 dwarfs dies. The low roll 6, that means 4, 7, 8, 11, 20, 26, and 25 damage on the next djinn. Rolls 2 again the dwarves. That's a hit for 4 damage. Twelve dwarves dice. Four plus 6, 10. 8, 18, miss. 23 and miss. Some misses sometime. It's worthwhile. Another 4 HP against the dwarf. Funny, I'm doing quite a mass combat of djinns versus dwarves. 4, 8, that's 12, 17, miss. Yeah, and 23 and miss. That's it again for the djinn. 7 HP remaining on the second dwarf. That's a big roll. 6, 12, 17, 21, 28, 33. The djinn is down. So I need to summon another djinn. That's it. And he killed that last dwarf there. So we have 5 dwarves left. Just 10d6. Five, 10, 19, 24, 31 damage. Big hit for the dwarves. Another hit for the Jinn. 94. Seven, 12, miss. 16, 24. Barely hit for the Jinn. Not many damage, only 3. Five, 4, so 9, 14, 19, and miss. Oh, nice hit. 10 damage. Dwarf almost dead. I think the Jinns are taking over now. Nine here, so that's 7, 16, 21, 26, and 31. Oh, damn, the Jinn is down. I need to summon another Jinn with the second tingle ring. And the dwarf is dead. Now we're down to 4 dwarves. 8 dice. 8 die. Okay, 6 and 5, that's 11, 16, 24, kind of a big hit, 26, turn, that's a miss, first one for the Jinn. There's one too much die. Yeah, two dice. Miss. 5, 10, 14, and we don't count the last one. Nice hit. Compensate the loss of the first one. 71 down. Seven, that's 5. Plus 5, 10, 16. So 22. Jinn hits again. Only 4 damage though. Dwarves. Thing is, the dwarves hit more than the Jinns. Well, they're similar actually. Oh yeah, they're the same to it. A miss. 5 and 7. That's 12. 20. Nice clean hit. Oh, 7 right away, so another dwarf down, yep. We're down to 3 dwarves. Means 6d6 attacks. 5 is barely it, that's 3. Miss and miss. Whoa. They're destabilized. Five damage for the Jin. Seven here. That's 5, 11, and miss. Jin is barely alive. Five damage again. Here we have a miss. 6. And 6, that's 12. So the Jin is down. Need to summon another one. Only 2 Jins left. That's a hit. 5 damage. Five. Miss. And 5. 10 damage. Eight. That's 6 here. Oh, the dwarf is dead. Only 2 dwarves remaining. Both misses. Barely hit. 3 damage. Yeah, the Jin will win that like I thought. I wondered how many Jins we had left though after that. I guess that's 2. 8 and 9. That's 6 and 7, 13. Six damage. Six, 10, 5. That's only 7 damage. Okay, how it goes right now is actually the dwarves, the remaining dwarves will die, and the remaining 2 Jins, well, the one before the last, will face the other Jins. They will do half damage. So they can only do 3 damages and none against us. That means that the Jin that we have right now will dwindle down and die against the other Jins. Then we finish the job. Then we're up against the slime monsters. There's 7 of them as well. Okay, the slime monsters, 10 HP each. Let's field the slime monsters. See if we can make it through this fight. I'm not sure with the 3 life points remaining at the end though. That's 70 life points. Yeah, I think I need my Jin to survive this fight. I'm gonna see how I can myself. So let's finish the fight between the Jins and the dwarves. 8, that's a 6. He's down to 25 here. Go, little Jin. Survive. Six and 7. That's 4 and 5. 9 here. And that dwarf is dead. Only one remaining. I can roll d6 each time. This one's for the dwarf. This one for the Jin. That's 6 against the Jin. And that's 5 against the dwarf. Five against the Jin. And 3 against the dwarf. Six against the Jin. And a nice roll of 10 against the dwarf. Okay, so the Jin will survive with kind of a lot of HP. 6 or less. And oh, misses, seriously. Yes. Wanted to be hurt a bit more. That's 6 here. Okay, and the dwarf's down. The Jin, I can take care of the Jins by myself. Can't have any damage from them. Since if they roll 12, they'll do 0.5 damage. The slime monsters against the Jin. They have 14 dice. That's 1, 4, miss, 5, miss, 6, and 8 damage. I'm not sure I want to cure the Jin. So each time the Jin will hit, we'll lose HP as well. So 2 damage for the Jin against 5 on the slime. Eight, that's 2, miss, 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 0, 4, and 7 total. That's a miss for the Jin. Damn. Two. No, that's 0 actually. 2, 0, 6, 10, miss, 12. Ah, not dead yet. Okay, that Jin is most probably down actually, since he's at 103. Yeah, I don't see how it survives that. Nah, it's gone. So we're down to the last Jin. First slime monster is dead. One, 2, 0, 0. A nice roll. 6 means 8 and 2, 10 damage. That's a miss. Miss, miss, 0, 4, miss, 0. Finally a hit, costs 2 HP. 4. Oof, that's a big hit. 4, 8, miss. 9, 13, 16. Eight, that's 3, 6. The little luck the Jinn will last against the Black Knight for a short while. What I hope. That's 4, 5, 6. Oh. 18. 22. Oh, so bad. Oh, the last one doesn't count actually. It was dead. It's a 6-4 damage, 46 here. So I need to add 4, but lost 2 for the attack. Okay, even. We have now only 5 slime monsters. 2, 0, 0, miss, and 2, 4 damage. Seven to it, that's 5. Ah, not dead yet. Okay, almost. That's 6, 7, 9, 13, and a 0. One hits. The slime monster is dead. Only 2 slime, 4 rather, slime monsters remaining. They have less HP than the dwarves. Miss, miss. 6 and 3, 9. Oh. Will they be able to kill the Jinn? Oh, nice shot, nice shot. That's 9 damage. Three, 4, 9, 12. Oh, that's hard. And it's a miss. Oh, this sucks so much. I'm sure the Jinn is dead. And he couldn't even finish the slime monsters. 1 miss, miss, and 2 damage. One will cost a lot. That slime monster is dead. Three left. I don't see how he can survive this. One, 6 damage. Done for the count. So many good rolls for the slime monsters. No more Jinn. What was the lamp again? Should have written that down. don't really remember where I got the lamp. Yeah, I really don't remember where. What was the lamp for already? I should have used it before entering there. Yeah, I remember. There's -3 damage to everything they do to me. I engage the fight now. And I can cure myself 6 times, so it's my turn to attack actually. Let's go, Pip. That's it for 7 damage. Then it's the turn of the slime monsters left. Oh, so many good rolls. But they do no damage. They can't hit me with even a roll of 12. Because I have -7 damage for the fight. But I need to cure myself because it says a strike. It's poison. So I take it that successful strike. Then I need to attack again. Alright, 8. That other monster is dead. Only 2 remaining. They can't damage me, but they can poison me. That's a poison there. For the roll of 11 and then a roll of 6. So another poison antidote. Oh, Jade, that's a really bad miss. Wait a minute, that's another hit, so another poison antidote. Six, that's 7 there. Another poison antidote. That's it, so the slime monster is dead, only 1 left. That's it. I need an antidote. A hit for Pip with EJ. That's 10 damage. On the spot, it's dead. With 1 antidote left. Alright, so the big boss. With 3 HP. I really don't feel that. Black Knight. The book says he has 80 life points. Both his sword and armor are magic. The armor will stop 12 points of damage the first time, 6 the second, and 4. Alright, he has 12, 6, 4. Sword allows him to strike on 4, and does +4 damage. That's hard. The max he can does is 12 -7. He can kill me outright on the first strike. Bam. Can I do against him? I can do the pill. So he's going to miss. Oh, I die instantly. I have nothing to heal myself. I should like to simply just kill myself there and come back with full life points against the boss. I don't have anything to heal. Well, I don't see how lucky I can get there, but let's roll the dice against the Black Knight just for the thrill. That's even, I need to check for incentive. Black Knights first. Pip dies with a roll of five. Roll of 9 or more. Yeah, I think it's 9 or more. Well, that's a hit of +4, which the Jerkin takes without any problem. Wonder if Pip can survive. 7 here. It's a, which is 3 damage against 12 of armor. First shot, bam, taken. Black Knight. That's not enough damage. Pip strikes for 8. That's 2 damage that goes through to the Black Knight. Black Knight, not enough. Again, dragon skin jerkin armor. Pip hits for 9 minus 4, 5. I can't cast anything to help me out because of the 3 life points remaining. Eight, that's not enough. That does 1 damage though. Oh, come on, Pip. Oh, that it's 5, so that's 1 damage 2 against the Black Knight. I could kill myself by shooting a fireball though, now that he's under 75. If the fireball hits, can I shoot a fireball without all the life points? Wait, there's no rule to... I can cast a fireball with only 3 HP actually. But it kills me instantly. If it doesn't work though, I'm dead, and the Black Knight isn't dead. Yeah, before there was a rule of 25 in the first book, but it's not there anymore. Forget that. So we could try to gamble something here, which is rolling a 7. If we get 7 to 12, fireball, bam, Black Knight is dead. Nope, actually, because he sucks up 4 damage. So we need to dwindle him down to 71 life points. It's our turn anyway. And that's a miss. Wow, such a bad roll. 9, I think we're done for. Yep, that's 2 here. And it's 6 for a fireball anyway. But that change as well. So yep. Oh, but we completed some fights, so... Oh yeah, right. I have 1 permanent life points because of the math teacher, and I'm not sure if those fights count for a different one. I think they do. Well, at least the math teacher, so I should have 1 more HP actually. Yeah, I'm grasping at straws here to stay alive. 22, but that's right, she'll have 22 experience points. So 37 here for the permanent life point, and 1 here left. That's 9 down to 63. So now the fireball is a viable plan. Even more so because the Black Knight missed. Can I use Dispel Magic? On the Black Knight armor. Well, I don't have the HP for, but however, with the... it's not enough 3 missed turns anyway. I thought about the pill spell I could have used to make him laugh and miss 3 turns, but in 3 turns I couldn't have doubled him. Yeah, I guess it's fireball or nothing. I don't see how I can dwindle it down. And fireball successful. Black Knight is dead, but Pip is dead as well. But we don't care. We can resurrect. It's kind of a cheap shot, but book says that whenever a monster is dead, it won't come back. But we do. We have 1 permanent life now. And that's it, I guess. Yes, that's quite anticlimactic, but that's how it goes down. Pip killed himself by killing the Black Knight, came back to life, and won the day. So let's get out of this painful boss fight that lasted like 20 minutes. Really an honorable fight for a game book. And the Black Knight sinks to the floor, clutching his wounds.
Rotter!
He gasped, this being an ancient expression meant to convey the very depths of insult. But you ignore him, except for the token gesture of placing your boots lightly on his back and beating your chest. Then you search the huge chamber carefully until, at your agile touch, a secret panel opens in the ceiling, allowing you to climb out into the muted sunlight. You don't have that gold anymore. You look around, and sure enough, the open gateway is a mere 100 yards away to the south, faster than a speeding arrow.
Despite the various bits of booty you've collected, which is not.
You zip through, slamming it tight shut behind you. Quickly you turn the key found in the little old lady monster's chest. The bolt slides home with a satisfying click, and you turn away to seek the road to Camelot. Pip Triumphant.
Kinda.
If the Monday morning meetings of the Table Round were bad, the Friday afternoon meetings of the Table Round were usually much worse. Even at the best of times, the knights were restless, anxious to get shut of business, so they could spend their weekends wassailing and carousing. But in the middle of this particular Friday afternoon meeting, something very peculiar happened. The knights suddenly began to act politely towards one another, so that it was, "After you, Sir Perceval," and "No, no, my dear Galahad, what were you going to say?" and "No, I insist you speak first, Sir Perceval," and general sweetness and light all round. King Arthur studied this interesting development for nearly an hour before he rapped the table for silence. "Have you noticed," he said seriously, "how benevolent we have all become to one another? There has not been one serious threat voiced for the past 60 minutes. The knights looked at each other in amazement, realizing that, of course, their king was right. "What does it mean?" cried Belvedere, who had a flair for histrionics. "I think," said the king slowly, "it must mean somebody has managed to close the gateway to the ghastly kingdom of the dead." "Pip?" asked Sir Lancelot. King Arthur nodded. "Who else?" "I have a proposal," said King Pellinore, seated in one corner. He glanced around grinning. "I expect you all know what it is." "A knighthood?" asked Sir Lancelot, also grinning. "Precisely," King Pellinore confirmed. "A knighthood!" roared the excited members of the Table Round. "A knighthood for Pip!" Even the king was smiling. In the circumstances, Sir Pip sounded good to him. And that's it. Yep, nothing else. It's the shortest end ever made. And no title for the next book at the end of this one. But there are 5 more of them. Sadly, I've read online that they're going to be less interesting the more we go on. Well, let's hope not. But this one was a bit better than the previous one, but it was loaded with useless crap, wandering monsters and name it. It sounded more like dungeon crawl with a game book. Anyway, so the next adventure with no names so far. I guess I should look up the stack of book or on the internet. Yeah, I have the name here. So next week, the next book on the GrailQuest series, book number 4, which was unnamed until now, will be called Voyage of Terror. Same channel, same time, next week.